That bassoon gets really, really loud. All right, so welcome to another Dragonlance Saga gaming episode. Today is part 2 of our Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition Ravenloft When Black Roses Bloom live play. It is Brough, Remember the 9th, and my name is Adam. I'd like to take a moment and thank the members of this channel and invite you to consider becoming a member by visiting the link in the description below, and remind you that you can always pick up Dragonlance gaming materials by using my affiliate links also in the description below. Now, we have got a full house today. There's one more player that might be joining us a little bit later. But before we even start with the last time on When Black Roses Bloom, we've got experience points. So let's divvy these out. Talon. Is it okay if I just shorten your name to Talon, or do you want the whole Talandril?
Talandril, yeah, okay. Makes me sound cooler than what I'm meant to be.
Can I just call you Mr. T?
Talon! Oh.
So you got 846 XP. I don't think anyone's going to be leveling up. I think everyone was basically 5k or more away from leveling, but just make sure you're adding it to your character sheet and that it totals all together so that you do know when you're going to be leveling up. Viruna, you have 846 experience. Corros, you have 776 experience. Sirs, you have 776 experience. I'm missing someone. Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's it. Okay. So the way that I'm doing experience is I'm actually giving extra experience if you're really getting into the role-playing side. I'm giving extra experience if you're using your character abilities to their full capability. Every single class is going to have varying experience every single time. So if someone gets more, don't think it's always because you didn't do something or whatever. It's usually because of the way that the class bonuses are broken down, and it has little to do with you as an individual or you as a player. So always keep that in mind. This is not like other editions where everyone has the exact same experience goals to meet. It's very different. Some classes are more powerful early on. Some classes are more powerful later on. And that's going to be how your experience and leveling ends up progressing, not so much equal advancement. So always keep that in mind in the back of your head. Any questions about experience before we get into the game here?
Where do I put that in my sheet?
Okay. So that should be on your, I'm opening up a character sheet right now to look here. So it should be under info, like character sheet tab, info tab, scroll all the way to the bottom and it shows experience.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
No problem. So just click the add button and it'll add in a new experience milestone, and hopefully it totals them all up. If not, we'll have to do that afterward on our own. All right. So now that we've
the
got
numbers that you just gave us, do those factor?
Oh, here's the other thing. Sorry, before I answer that, because I didn't hear all of it.
Sure.
If all of your prerequisites are at least 16 or above, then you get a 10% experience bonus. So, for example, if you're a fighter and your strength is 16 or above, you need to add 10% to the number that I gave you. Right? So 700 would be 70. 746 would be 74. You know, it's like basically like that. If you don't know what your prerequisites are, they should be broken down by your class in the player's handbook, and that'll tell you right on the class description page what your prereqs are and whether or not, just look at your attributes page and it'll tell you whether or not you're at 16 and higher. All right, so last time, I'm sorry, what was your question, sirs?
That was it. You answered
perfect.
it.
Okay, cool. So last time on When Black Roses Bloom, the heroes were pulled into the mists one by one. They stumbled out to find that they were no longer on Ansalon, but in a darker realm actively being torn apart under their feet. While some of the characters were a little bit more flippant than others about the experience, they all ended up traveling together. They came across a frenzied elf named Quallen, who is sure that the rifts are the result of treants working at the behest of Baron Ulrich von Kharkov in the neighboring domain of Valachan. The elf leads them away from the borders of Sithicus towards a town so that they can learn more about what's happening to the land. If they are in this domain when it falls apart, they will be lost as well. Quallen is scared off by rifts continuing to open, and the heroes come across a grisly scene. Azrael, Lord Soth's seneschal, is with a squad of skeletons being guided by 3 elves whose minds are torn apart like the ground beneath their feet. They're searching for a ghost with a crooked smile that Lord Soth desperately wants, but the elves can't recall where they saw it, and the skeletons attack and kill one of them. The heroes intervene and Azrael escapes. The two remaining elves forget who they are and where they're going and end up wandering off. The heroes eventually find a road to a town, but the town is no better than the wilderness. They eventually meet a Vistani trying to pickpocket them, who leads them to a Vistani camp outside the town, and they meet Magda the Wanderer. Magda shares a prophecy which seems to apply to the heroes and the tale of Lord Soth. With this new knowledge that Lord Soth's lack of attention on his domain is the cause of the rift's opening, and his desire for this ghost with a crooked smile, the heroes are pointed in the direction of Negragaard Keep and Lord Soth for more answers. And that is where we pick up. Everyone can see the map that we're looking at. We're about a week out from Negragaard Keep. Magda told you that she would guide you there if you wanted her assistance. What do you guys think? What are you doing right now?
The question is she getting us there alone? And if that's the case, how's she getting back?
Well, she tells you, I am not very scared of this wilderness. I have roamed this land, and one might say I am protected by Lord Soth himself. You see, I came and was trapped here by working with him, and the land understands this. Apart from these rifts opening in the earth all around us, I feel I will be safe with my trusty hound and my rook.
As long as you're happy and feeling safe, then I'm happy to have you. What say the rest of you?
Yes, we'll have to follow your lead on this, Magda.
I believe we should follow the road as long as we possibly can and then just cut straight east toward the massive rift in the middle of Sithicus. The Negragaard Keep is built climbing out of the rift. I will not be able to get you inside the keep, and I will not be able to tell you what is all within, as I've never been, but I know where it is.
I guess that's a better start than...
But you will join us all the way to Soth.
I will join you all the way to the keep, yes.
And
I do not wish to see Lord Soth again.
oh,
Could you tell
Well,
us about the last time you encountered him?
Yes, it was very unpleasant. He murdered my entire original tribe. I was the sole survivor, and I was pulled along with him and Azrael as they found themselves trapped in this domain, this Sithicus.
I'm very
Elves
sorry to
were
hear that.
pulled from the ether, Kender were pulled in, and Lord Soth was nothing but obsessed, absolutely, with finding this love of his life on some previous planet that he lived on. Since then, after watching him destroy everything that I knew and loved, I abandoned him and began forming my own tribe, the one that sits all around you here. I do my best to avoid any contact with him, and as soon as he permits exit from this domain, I will leave and never return.
I see.
and if we were to mention your name, would that make for a friendly introduction or otherwise?
I'm not entirely sure how he would react.
He doesn't sound like the most stable person on the planet. The things you do for love doesn't really equate ripping worlds apart.
I would not judge the quality of his mind against the strength that he holds. He's very, very powerful.
That's the frightening part.
Indeed, indeed. Well,
Oh well, I guess we'll get ready and we'll make a move and go and make our introductions and see what happens from there.
yes. I fear something might have happened with him because his land is being torn apart and the ground starts rumbling again and you hear rifts opening in the distance around you. His eyes are clearly turned away from this land. I fear the worst. If he has in fact left, found an escape, then this entire domain is doomed. If he is otherwise trapped or pulled away, we must liberate him in some manner and regain his gaze so the land can heal itself once again.
I see. see. Seems like we don't have much time, and approaching his keep
Yes.
seems to be one way to gain his attention. So,
What's the area like?
If you look at the map that we shared with you, it is mostly wooded along the entire trail. We are going to be cutting straight through the woods in order to get to the Great Rift. It will take about a week's travel.
Is there any dangers that we should be ready for?
In Sithicus, there is always danger. Aside from the rifts that are randomly tearing open the land, swallowing up members of the various clans and towns that live around here, you have lycanthropes, undead, ghastly beasts of all sort. That is why we Vistani travel in tribes. For
Are they
protection.
less friendly than the elves? Because they were quite rude.
The elves have always been this way. It's a trait taken from their original land of Krynn. They are haughty and xenophobic by nature. This domain, unfortunately, takes everything that is natural within oneself and heightens it to an unnatural degree, so their aversion to new people is unfortunately a result of their torment here, and their minds, their memories are being wiped away, as the very land underneath our feet is.
Well, I guess we shall get supplies and then make haste.
Indeed.
I've no doubt the sharpness of the elves' tongues is nothing compared to a lycan's teeth.
Only that,
Very
you know,
poetic.
if they have better manners, we might be okay. I always like to believe in the sunny side of life. There's always a way to a creature's heart.
I hope so. If you could perhaps find his lost love, I think that would be the best way to get into his heart, as it were. You notice the tribesmen coming up, and they're bringing bundled foods and jerky and, sort of hardtack bread and jugs, sort of wine flasks of liquid, and they're giving everyone, an equal portion that should be enough to at least get you, most of the way there. Magda herself, she grabs this great club, sort of leans it over her shoulder. Her hound comes plodding up beside her, and the rook sort of flies, lands perching on her shoulder. She's like, well, we should leave if you want to get there soon.
Sounds good to me.
A great club.
Yeah.
Yes, this is from an ancient heroes of Astani. Kulchek. So it's about 10 miles a day you guys can travel. If you really want to push, you can go a little bit more than that. And that's ostensibly 2 of these squares on screen. And you're right at the, by nightfall, at the edge of this really thick, dense forest. And that's where I'm going to stop for a minute because we've got a Minotaur here. So, what was your name again? I'm sorry, Gabriel. What was your character's name? Vozus?
Vozus.
Vozus. All right, Vozus. You're sailing back home at Krynn, across the Blood Sea of Istar, toward the island of Safehum. You're readying for a raid, and you sail into this incredibly dense amount of fog offshore. This isn't entirely uncommon, but the time that you have been on this ship surrounded in this fog is uncommon. You start hearing your twin brother calling out to you from across the deck. And as you start stumbling through the fog toward him, the sound of your hoofs on the actual deck itself, that sort of clop, clop on wood, turns to this softer, almost like clopping down onto rock and dirt. The entire environment changes. What used to be this sort of sea mist and the scent of salt in the air and the sort of the briskness of the open sea closes away to this very sort of claustrophobic, icy cold mist. And as you're stumbling through this fog, you start to hear this music that's starting to play with your mind. It's this sort of open vocal bass dirge that seems to be sung from a very far away. You can't really make out any words or anything, but the longer that you stay in this area, the more your seeing insane visuals sort of swirling in the mists all around you. It's all dark, and so you're getting almost 3 to 5 inches of visibility at best as you're wading your way through. And you come out of the mist. It starts to sort of break apart in this really thick, dense forest. And you've been traveling for as long as you can remember at this point. You're dehydrated, you're incredibly hungry, you're not used to the forest environment, you're used to the open sea and being able to fish for food, and you're carrying water from your home of Mithas with you on the deck when you're thirsty, and so you're never really needing to scrounge up. You end up stumbling and finding this massive river that's sort of flowing southward. You see this massive bridge crossing it, and you continue to wander for a while. You don't really run across anyone, but almost by clockwork, every 10 to 15 minutes, the ground opens up. It does these massive rifts that where just sort of fog starts spilling out. It's almost as if the land itself is breaking apart. And you don't fully understand what's happening or why, but you know that you have this sense of urgency to keep pushing forward and get away, as far away from these natural catastrophes as you possibly can. And that's when you start to hear the calls of these wolves in the wilderness. Again, you're not unfamiliar with fighting. You're not unfamiliar with wolf packs, but there's something different about this group, something a little more human in its intelligence than just wolves searching for prey. And especially if they're coming toward you. You are a massive creature, a massive Minotaur, these huge, nearly 2 foot long horns, and just your height is close to 7 feet tall. Normally, creatures that run across you run. They don't stalk. And so you're starting to get a little bit concerned. And this is where we are going to bring in everyone else. You find yourself in this dense, dark forest near nightfall, and the howls get louder and louder. And breaking through the tree brush, you see these wolf humanoid type creatures, something that you're not quite familiar with. They're standing on 2 feet, but they look like massive werewolf, like wolf men, and they're almost as tall as you are in size. And there's a lot of them, and they're all slowly stalking and prowling around your perimeter until the point where you notice that you're completely surrounded. Everyone else, before we get into that, you are setting up camp, doing everything that you normally do. And then you start hearing these howls coming out very nearby, just multiple howls breaking through the night. And Magna looks up. She's like, I suspect the lycanthropes, they are hunting prey. If they are near here, this is danger. We must find them and destroy them before they turn their attention to us. Perhaps you could go investigate what this is from.
Yes, as long as we all stay together, it's probably our safest bet.
And before we go into combat, I am going to, or since the danger here, I'm going to start playing a really rhythmic tune.
Nice.
Get everybody pumped up and all excited and ready, the morale. We're going to go right in and take care of business.
Playing
Jolly ho, we
Metallica.
go right forward into danger. My favorite thing.
Yes, so...
He lies.
So it's a bardic inspiration.
You have to sing it.
Huh?
You have to sing.
I have to sing?
Yes.
Give us a
Hang on. Hang on. You said I have to sing.
Yes.
So let's do this. Please hold.
Gonna read that, right?
Here we
Please
go.
hold.
Put him on the spot.
Cue up a
Please
music
hold.
track.
I'm trying to find a good song here.
Just sing us a wee song as we go to our deaths.
So we go into battle. We fight really well. All my friends will be healthy and will come out alive. God, that was horrible. But I'll work
Nice.
on that.
Nice.
You're a Catholic, aren't you?
I'm
Here it is.
feeling it.
This is my band in background. I'm singing. Into the danger zone here, guys.
Danger zone.
What music?
Kenny
Oh,
Loggins,
you're so
we're gonna do it.
Yeah. If Kenny Loggins can't do it, no one can.
Yes.
All right, so what's the bonus? And make sure everyone remembers, how long does it last?
It's +1. I'm just gonna go. I can grant either +1 bonus to attack rolls or saving throws, or +2 to morale. Not sure on the whole morale thing. I'm not sure how morale would affect here, but I'm gonna go ahead and grant +1 bonus to attack rolls. This affects those within a range of 10 feet per experience level of the bard. So I'm 6. That's 60 feet.
Nice. Okay.
Wow.
And it lasts how long?
Well, the bard must spend at least 3 full rounds singing or recite before the battle begins. So, how do you want to work that out?
You're singing as you guys are approaching the howls.
Okay, all right. And the effect lasts 1 round per level, so 6.
Okay.
We're going to kick your ass. We're going to kick your ass.
It's like a
I'm gonna kick your ass.
West Side
It'll
Story
last
or
for
something.
6 rounds.
What's
You're
that?
going home in the
It'll last for
background.
6 rounds.
Yeah, 6 rounds.
Hmm.
Okay, so Voz. Oh man, I'm gonna get this. Vozus, you. I gotta write down your name.
Those are the Barbarian.
Vozus. Oh my gosh, I have my caps lock on. Vozus. Okay, so you are the Minotaur in the middle of the screen, Gabriel. That is your character. Surrounding you are these werewolves, which are entirely foreign to you. And as everyone else is slowly moving forward, you've never seen werewolves either. They're just not a thing on Krynn. And so it's all completely new to you to see this type of beast and creature. You've heard about animal, human, monstrous hybrids, and there's a lot of stuff. I mean, we have a lizard man in the group here. And so, that concept is not foreign to you. Just remember, if you want that bonus, you have to be within 60 feet of the bard. Your guys' characters are down here in the lower left. And we see that there is a lot of these werewolves sort of prowling around. So I need, the way, just for Vozus' benefit, the way that 2nd edition works with initiative is you tell me what you're going to do, and then we're going to roll initiative. Because what you're going to do affects your initiative. If you're going to swing a weapon, the weapon speed is going to affect your initiative. If you're going to cast a spell, the casting time affects your initiative. And so that's just the way we're doing the first round, and then we just do it regular in turn. So let's go ahead and get this list going. Go ahead and select your characters, and on your character sheet you have an initiative button. So go ahead and, before you do that, before you roll initiative, we're going to start with Vozus. What are you going to do? What's your plan?
I've looked through all my racial and class notes this entire time, and I thought being a Minotaur I would have had like a bull rush or some similar named skill where
You can charge
you
with your
just
horns,
charges.
and it would just be your, it would be like a regular melee attack, but you would use the damage of your horns, which I think is 1 to 6. Or you can use ranged weapons, or you can use whatever. But if you're going to move, and if your plan is to charge, there is actually a charge action in 2nd edition where I believe you move at a third of your speed, or you move like the full speed, but you actually get extra, like a +2 to damage, but it's like a minus to hit or something. I'm trying to find it really quick here. Give me 1 second, I'll try to find it. Fire.
What are we going to try and do, folks? Are we going to try and pile in the first one and take it out before the rest twig on? At least get the first blow in.
Here, I found
Yeah.
it. It helps on page 128.
128.
Okay.
Oh, charging an
Yeah,
opponent. Okay,
paste.
so you move by,
I got
your movement rate's 50%. You get a +2 to your attack roll. Thank you for that. But you have a -2 to your initiative. So you would get a bonus for charging with your horns. Is that what you want to do? Is that your plan?
Yep, let's do that.
Okay. So you're going to get a -2 to your initiative when we roll initiative. So what are you planning on doing, Chris? What's your character's name? Corros.
Corros. Well, if I have to play my music for 3 rounds, is that what?
You would have done that by now.
Okay.
Because the
all
round's
right.
only 6 seconds. You know.
Got it. All right. So I'm gonna fling an arrow.
Okay, so you're planning on throwing an arrow at that guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to have partial cover because you have trees between you. That's going to basically give you a -2 to hit.
Okay.
But if you want to do that, that's fine. Just let me know. Make sure you factor in the weapon speed when you roll your initiative. Loramyth, what's your plan? Loramyth is not here. Never mind. Talandril, what's your plan?
I think we're going to single out this one. I'll have to move up a bit and then try and hit him with my blue dart.
Okay. Yeah, just make sure your range is going to be good and the weapon speed is going to be effective. Viruna, what's your plan?
Oh, that's weird. My range is saying 10, 20, 30.
Ew.
Yeah, blow darts don't have a long range.
Well, why is
So
it
10
3?
is short range, 20 is medium range, and long is 30. So at medium range, 20 feet, each of these squares is 5 feet. You're going to have a -2, and at long range, you're going to have a -5, I believe it is.
All right, so it's the maximum. So I was wondering why it was giving me 3 ranges.
Yeah.
Guess I'll start
yeah.
sneaking up there.
So Viruna, what's your plan?
I'm going to use my pellet bow on the nearest wolf man.
The werewolf. Okay. And Sirs, what's your plan?
Do I roll the initiative now?
No, we're going to do that in 1 second.
Okay.
What's your plan, Sirs?
Yeah, I think Serge would say to the others, focus fire on
So everyone's
one
targeting the same
down.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what we're going to hope is that they all line up
Yeah.
nice and neatly, like every action movie ever,
Yeah.
and let us like just beat them up.
It'll happen. It can happen.
Well, I'm hopeful. You know what I mean? You gotta,
Okay,
gotta
so
hope for
make
these
sure that
things.
you select your character
Okay.
and roll your initiative with the weapon that you're attacking with, and it should add you automatically to the turn order. I'm going to be adding in all of these werewolves here, so give me a second while you guys do that.
If we're moving first, so
It's a
hang
D10 for
on.
initiative, by the way.
yeah, but I've got input, and then you're saying about modifier. So if I go for 20, what's that -2? Did you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
What do I do? Oh, won't let me. Oh, won't let me go. Oh, there it is.
So we're adding the +1. I think that's my only modifier.
Well, that's +1 to attack, not to initiative.
Yeah.
But
So-
definitely keep that in mind.
Remember, if you're in my aura, you're going to get another +1 to your attack roll.
If we what now?
So I'm singing, so I'm inspired the group. So
Oh, so it'll be a 10 instead of a 9. Gotcha.
so you're going to add +1 to your roll.
Is that? I thought that was only to attack rolls, not to initiative.
Right.
Oh, it's attack rolls, yes.
These
That's
are
right.
initiatives right now.
But yeah.
I rolled a 1.
Are you taking over my dice rolls for this evening?
That's good in this case, right?
Oh, sorry, it's the other way around, isn't it?
Gosh, I'm rolling a lot of low numbers. Never mind.
I was like, how can I kill the group in the first round? I know, werewolves!
Don't you guys all want to be werewolves? Wouldn't that be cool?
It's almost Halloween.
Yeah, there you
There's a
go.
time for everything.
We've got our Friday the 13th this year.
What about Friday the 13th?
We've got a Friday the 13th in October.
Ah, you're right.
Okay, I think I got all the wolves. And I see Talandril's on here, Sex on here. No one else is on here. So, what did...
Okay, where?
Corros, what did you get?
I did not roll. Let me roll. I wasn't.
Make sure you add your...
Yep.
Select your token
Here we go.
first.
I did, and here we go.
Perfect. And Viruna, what did you get?
Well, I rolled a 1, but I just rolled like a D10. Was that
Okay, what's
the
the
correct
weapon
method?
speed on the pellet gun bow that you're using?
For me?
5? It is
Oh.
a 5.
So a total of 6. You should be able to. There should be an initiative button right next to that weapon that you
That's
can.
what I'm hitting. Okay, should I re-roll them or no?
No, it's all right. I just did.
Okay.
Sirs, you're on there, and Talandril, you're on there. Okay, so let me sort this in ascending. So, this first werewolf that everyone seemed to want to attack, they're not aware of you yet, and
That's
so
the
they're
whole point. Let's get rid of
moving
one
up
at
here.
least.
And he's going to attack you, Versus, sort of ruining your charge. Oh wait, what was your speed? Versus, did you add it? Were you in here? I don't see you in here. What was your
Corros?
initiative?
Movement speed. I rolled a natural 1,
On a
but I also
D10?
have a -2 on a D10.
Well, that's good. That's well, the -2 is a negative, so it'd be 3. So,
Oh, so the lower the number is the better?
yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Different system, different rules.
No.
I rolled
Alright,
the
so this-
worst.
As
Yeah,
you're preparing
just-
to charge,
You've
this
played
guy
with me
runs
before,
up.
mate. Look at my dice rolls, and you know they're bad. So when you see me dice roll, it's like, oh right, okay, that's not the way. It's the other one.
I'm trying to find the werewolf. It's under lycanthrope. Okay, so he charges up at you, and he's going to attack you. Vozus. Let's see. What's your armor class?
I haven't messed with this system as much as I probably should have.
You definitely should have. You've had like a month.
That is true, but I've also been working the vast majority of that time.
I get it. So, what's your armor class? You have a natural armor class of 7, but I believe we actually... Okay, so it's 4, your current armor class is. So if you go to character sheet, info, and then tracker...
It's under tracker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
I was
so we're
looking under
using
details.
THACO. So THACO means 2-hit armor class 0.
Mm-hmm.
So if your armor class is 4, they have to be able to hit you, subtracting your armor class from their THACO. So they need 11 to hit you, and I rolled a 17. So he charges up at you, rakes you across with his claws, just growling as fierce as ever. Damage is 2d4. You take 5 damage as it rakes across your chest. You just super pissed off. The next werewolf. Come on, go to the next one. Did I did. Okay, so this one charges up at you. He also comes up and tries to rake you across. And he misses you. You have to get over whatever your THACO is going to be. The math is already done if you roll it directly from your sheet. If it's like a weapon, for example. So anyway, he charges up at you. You move your weapon aside and block his arm before it can rake into your skin. Next, you see these werewolves like up behind you. Actually, you don't see them. No one really does because of all the trees and stuff, so never mind. Vozus, it is your turn. Your plan was to charge, and because they're on you, you can't charge anymore. So, unfortunately, the best you can do is try to ram them with your horns from where you are, because you're sort of locked into your combat choice before initiative. So which one of these two are you going to try to impale with your horns?
I was initially planning on charging one of these two.
Well, I need to know an exact one. If you're going to leave, you are going to have opportunity attacks on you, just so you know. But if that's what you're planning on doing, then you have to follow through with it, because that was your plan. So both of these are going to get an opportunity attack on you. The first one slashes at you again. You take an additional 5 damage. The second one tries to scratch at you, and you just rush out of the way too fast. You're charging up toward this guy right here.
Yep.
So you have a +2. So what's your base Thaco?
Base Thaco is going to be. Thaco. Is that going to be underneath tracker, correct?
Yeah, it should be. Let me look at your character. No, no, it's not. So, oh, you're clicking through it too. So look under weapons. It should show your base Thaco there. Yeah, base Thaco is 15. So 15, you had a +2, so that's 13 from your charge. So you have to roll, as far as you know, over a 13, but then you also have to factor in their armor class, which you don't know. So just roll.
Let's expand.
D20. And if you have a strength bonus, use that as well. What's your strength?
My strength is 15.
Do you have any bonus next to it? Like 2-hit bonus? Attack bonus? Or damage bonus?
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. So you charge, go ahead and move your guy over there. Make sure you're facing your character in the direction, because facing does definitely matter. With a 7, you charge forward, and he moves to the side as you like stop and try to gore up at him, and you miss him. Just go ahead and move. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Okay, next up, this werewolf moves up to engage. He misses. He comes up, slashes his arms at you. You deflect it away with your weapon. This other werewolf charges in. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. What's their speed? Movement is... Oh, yeah, he can definitely charge in behind you. He has a +2 to hit from your rear. And he still misses. You can hear him coming or something. You just sort of shift to the side. He's just... Rah, rah, just slobbering, blood dripping down. They're incredibly angry. Viruna, you are up.
Okay, so now do I do what roll? 'Cause I'm attacking with my pellet bow.
Yep. So what's the range on that?
Oh, good question.
So I'm showing 55 feet to this guy.
Yeah, for it. It says 6, 12, 18. So since it's small, so it's 6. Okay, never mind.
Really
it's not gonna work. So I guess my.
I mean, that was your plan.
Is,
so
yeah.
You're going to have to move up in order to do complete it.
How many squares is...
So each of these are 5.
Like,
your movement is whatever your movement is times 10 in feet. And then you'll have to half that in order, because you're attacking as well instead of just moving. So what's your movement right now?
Where do I find my movement?
Let's look. So it should be under info, tracker, base movement. Scroll down.
Base movement 12.
So it would be 60 that you could go, because it's 120 in a full turn. So 60 feet forward.
Here.
Yeah. So you could go right up next to him, because he's only 55 away from you. So if you just want to be 5 away, you know.
Kind of have to be, apparently.
Right there, you just come up, and he doesn't know you're there, so let's do a quick surprise roll to see if he's even aware of you. And he is aware of you. As you're moving through the brush, branches are snapping, twigs are breaking. He just sort of tilts his head back, even though he's not facing you. So you are going to get a flanking attack of a +2. So go ahead and roll to hit. And you're away from the bard, so you're not going to get that bonus.
Okay, what is the dice that I'm using for that?
So you should have a button next to that to hit, right? On your range?
Right. Okay, yeah. Or the pellet bow. Nope. Scrap that. I hit the initiative one.
It's okay.
Actually, she's within It's 60 feet, so she still gets that +1.
Awesome. Okay.
So
+3.
is that the input value? I put a 3.
For the bonus, yeah. Whoa, nice. So you hit an armor class of -5. So you, I don't know what it is. Is it like a staff? Is it like a hand, like a sling or something? What's the weapon?
Pellet bow. So I picture
okay.
it like a slingshot, probably.
Flies,
You know.
busts him in the back of the head. What's the damage?
Okay. Do I roll the same?
There should be a damage table underneath the attack table.
Oh goodness.
These are medium creatures.
Where am I looking?
Okay, let me open your character sheet real quick.
Attack.
So you're on the range tab. So under ammunition,
Yeah.
it'd be the flint shard basically, and it'd be damage of small, medium. So just roll that little polygon icon right next to the 1d4.
And was there a modifier still for that?
For damage,
Damage.
no, it was to attack.
Okay. Just for the attack.
So 2 damage.
2.
I mean, it's a pellet. You know,
Well, yeah.
it sort of breaks, shatters on the back of his head. He just turns his head and just growling deep as he turns to face you. Talandril, you're up. So you're going to attack that one with an arrow? Is that correct?
First, I'm going to unmute. That's a good idea.
It helps.
Yeah, so I'm going to sneak on up here. Beside my buddy, that was the plan.
Yep.
So I have 12, so 126. It's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
So I can get up to here.
Yep.
And then, do I have to roll for surprise, or is that lost?
It's lost because he's aware that there's other people here now.
Fair enough. And I'll go to the... There's a lot of bounce about in this shit. Right then, so I line up my blowgun. That's right then, and I'm like,
You got a +3, so 15, 14, 13, 12. That is not going to hit, unfortunately. So it just
give him
sort
a
of
jolly good fright.
breaks through the branches and just falls down after hitting a bunch of leaves and branches on the way.
Oh well, put this away. That's not going to do me much good now. It's alright.
These
Let's get ready.
other, like as you guys are going up to where you are right now, you can see through the trees there are other werewolves up there. Some of them look smaller. They don't look as large and menacing, but they're not moving forward. It looks like this is the largest one amongst them, and these other ones are much smaller, and they're just sort of watching almost. Sirs, you're up.
All right. Just creep up through the trees, get a little bit closer, try to get a clear shot. Maybe you're just peeking right through this little gap here.
Yeah, those branches are just right in your way, busting through, dropping your arrow onto the ground. Let's see here. It's a -2 and -5 to hit if you're using 2 weapons.
Two weapons?
Yeah, it's just Gabriel asked a question in chat. These
gotcha.
other werewolves aren't doing anything. Corros, it's your turn.
Right.
Where's the hit button?
I'm in
Oh,
range.
there it is.
I'm gonna fling my arrow here.
Nice. All right, you're the first one to hit it. And this is just a standard arrow, right?
Yeah, just regular.
Oh, not you. I'm sorry.
Oh, what?
Corros. So you see the arrow stick into him. What's the? Oh, that was Bo. Yeah, you missed him with that armor class of 15. Sorry, I thought Corros rolled that.
All right.
Oh, that was
Okay.
Talandril Colin that did that. So armor class of 2, you did hit. I'm sorry. I'm getting all mixed up.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I was sorry. I was
Rolls are
getting confused
confusing
too.
me. Okay, so the arrow breaks through the brush.
Yeah, no
sticks
worries.
into
Yeah,
him.
he's
What
gonna-
arrow are you using? A sheaf arrow?
A sheep arrow, yeah.
Okay.
Which I will roll damage now. Sorry for not automatically doing it. Here it comes.
This is roll 20 for those watching. So you see that arrow go into him, and he just moves his claws down, busts it off, and the flint actually is automatically pushed out of his skin, and his skin closes up. He sort of growls, just pissed off, looking back at you.
These creatures are unnatural. Use magic weapons if you have them.
Says the lizard man. These creatures are unnatural.
I know.
So this werewolf turns, moves forward to Viruna, tries to slash at you as it's growling. Gotta get my dice open here. So let's see. What's your armor class, Viruna? It's 4. So
Yeah,
let's get
4.
So he comes up, swipes his claws at you. You're able to like duck out of the way, narrowly avoiding these clearly furious, monstrous razor-like claws. This one turns and charges forward. Who's this? Talandril. He's going to attack you. And that's not going to hit. That's your armor class is 10. And he still misses. He comes up, he claws at you. You like duck out of the way. Comes just what is the word I'm looking for? Swipes right next to your head. This werewolf
Swiping right was a good thing.
Yeah, well, he misses, so it's Vozus. He attacks you. The one right in front of you just moves his claws down in. 13. Your armor class is 4. And he's 11. He misses you. You parry it off. This other werewolf, where is he? Doesn't do anything. Vozus, it's your turn. What are you doing? Gabriel? You're muted.
I'm going to be dual wielding my cutlass and shatana, if that is doable.
You can. It's just a -2 and a -5 to hit. So which is your primary hand weapon? They both have to be like medium, like finessed weapons. Are they like super large?
Both of them are medium.
Okay. Then which
one
one's
is
your
slashing,
primary?
the other one's piercing. The cutlass is my primary.
Okay. So attack with your cutlass. You should have a little icon right next to your on your attack chart for it.
The hit button?
Yeah.
It popped up misc modifier.
Yeah, just go ahead and hit enter. So you hit a -10 armor class, which is insanely good. So you cut into him with that first one. You should have done a -2, but that would have made it -8, so it doesn't matter. You cut into him. He screams out. Are these magic weapons or are these regular weapons?
They should be regular weapons.
So you see the slice that you make into him immediately reseal. He just growls. Completely pissed off. Go ahead and make your second attack with the other weapon. Okay, that's still a hit. You cut it. Oh, no, that's a -5. And so that's going to be a 9. So that's a miss. He's just sort of bats that one away, just getting ready for his next attack. The werewolf right next, right next to him, slashes out at you. You parry that away with your cutlass. The werewolf right behind you attacks. And he hits you. You take 2 to 4. You take 3 damage from a cut to your back. Just rakes right across your back. So on these, you can actually just select your character. And on the green, select the green circle and hit -2. And it'll automatically do that for you. Or you can do it in your character sheet, whichever you're more comfortable with. But when you select your token or anyone else's token, the red is armor class. The green is hit points. And the blue is your base Thaco, just so everyone knows.
Oh.
In case you need to reference it.
I didn't know that. That's pretty
okay,
cool.
so Viruna, you're up. You got 2 werewolves next to you. One of them is right in your face.
Okay, so Viruna, she is going to use her war pipe to bash the nearest werewolf over the head.
So using warp, and you're just gonna smack it. Either one right in front of you is attacking you.
Gotta do something here.
Like a rolled up
If
newspaper.
I were you, I'd get out of the way. Let the warriors get in there. But
I suppose. So do I still have the +1? Is that right, or is that
yeah,
over?
you do. Yeah.
You do.
Whoa, nice! You smack him
Alright.
across his muzzle with the warp pipe, just. And this is a regular weapon, not a magical one.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't have to roll for damage. He's going to heal it immediately. It just hits him. You actually see his jaw sort of crack, and then he like moves his mouth around and sort of pops. And it's just like it's healing and cracking right back in place. He just roars, "Rah!" Spittle and blood flying in your face as he's screaming at you. Talandril, you're up. Oh, actually, you have a move if you wanted to move, but you would provoke opportunity attacks if you did. It's up to you.
Who can move? Me?
You, yeah.
Hmm. Okay, Viruna's going to retreat behind this tree after realizing that her attack did nothing.
Yeah, so both of these guys get an opportunity attack on you. Where is it? Your armor class is 4, and they have 11. So yeah, they claw at you. Both of them hit you. From the first attack, you take max damage, 8 damage. Just claws at your back as you're running away. The second one on this, holy crap, 8 damage again. Rakes you as you're like sort of stumbling off. Blood is dripping down on your back.
Okay.
Make sure you guys are subtracting your hits, and Talandril, you're up.
So, seeing that happening to my companion, I'm like, nah, this isn't good. And I'm going to jump back.
So you can withdraw if you're not going to take an action. It means you only get a third of your movement, but it means you don't provoke an opportunity attack.
That works for me. I'm going to move back to here.
Okay.
I'll just make sure I'm still facing them, because...
These other werewolves don't seem to be making any motion. They're just sort of, it looks like the smaller ones are sort of antsy and like they want to jump in, but the big one's not letting them. He's sort of holding them back. Sirs, you're up.
All right, Circe is gonna definitely go for his Kopesh for sure on this one, man. Or no, we gotta shoot still. We're gonna finish the round. I'm sorry.
Well, you've already done the arrow.
Yeah, knowing that the arrow is ineffective. I mean, can I switch to a magical arrow for these shots now that I know
If you
that
want
the?
to, yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, firing into the leader. Here we go.
Can you ping the one you're targeting?
Yeah, I would like to target the one that you said was the large one, the leader.
Well,
The
that
one that
one's
you
up
said
here.
was- Oh, he's way up there. Oh, okay. That being the case, how about this guy right here? Because he's looking at
Okay.
us.
You just creak of the bow. You're growling and snarling in the distance. Take a deep breath. Release. You hit. Nice.
Yeah.
Hits him
There
right
it
in the
is.
chest. He screams out. 16 damage. Oh my gosh. You drop this dude down
Does it
to
work?
his knees.
Yes.
Drops down just like. The other ones are sort of like turning their heads back at him, realizing that there's actual threat here that they did not anticipate. Anything else you want to do? You want to move or anything?
Yes, he is kneeling as all your kind should be. He stands tall and
In
turns
front of
up
us
at
would
his
be
chest.
nice.
If I could make a suggestion, it would be to get in between the softer characters and
Yeah,
yourself.
you know,
Yeah.
some of us are,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh.
that's softer and all that. Like, step in front of us. Much
You're
appreciated.
just like, come
Soft in
on!
bushy ones.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I guess I'll move right up into him so they can't,
Yeah.
can't get away. Yeah.
No, I did.
And then, can we hide behind and like just like yeah.
Over and under his arms and stuff.
Yes.
All right, so you see this werewolf. He sort of turns around to these others, and it seems like they're talking these grunts and growls that clearly don't understand. And they seem to be like communicating back and forth as all of this other craziness is happening. Corros, you're up.
All right, arrow.
On him.
Shoot at this guy here.
Okay. You're going to have a -2 because you have so much cover between the two of you.
I'll just have a -1 if I have that courage going.
Correct.
My aura. All right. Rolling the hit. I don't know why it's blank. Oh,
That's
there
a
it is.
miss. So
Oh.
it just breaks into the tree line and just sort of gets caught up in branches.
Okay. Can I still move?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like you're moving away. You're like, I'm going back to camp, guys.
You know what? I'm gonna go in here.
Okay. So you're underneath the canopy of trees and all the branches and stuff.
Yes.
All right. So the werewolf right in front of you, sirs, that you almost took out, he's withdrawing. They have a movement of 15, so that's 150. So a third of that is 50? Is that right? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. This one turns to face you and just lets out the massive, mighty roar. Just goes in to claw at you.
Roar right back at him and I don't know, lean
Like,
into it.
All right, so your armor class is -1, so he has to get a 16, and he completely misses. He comes at you, and you just use your bow and sort of knock his hand away as you're howling right back in his face. The werewolf right in front of you, Vozus, attacks. Your armor class is 4, so that's an 11. He cuts into you. You take 4 damage from the claw. Sort of raking your chest is sort of marked now from a couple different attacks. Who's that one? That's up there sort of arguing with everyone else. Vozus, you're up. What you gonna do, Gabriel? Is he frozen?
No, he's moving.
Oh, okay. It's your turn, Gabriel. Can you hear me? Vozus, Gabriel, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can someone... It's your turn, Gabriel. Honestly. Gabriel.
Apologies.
Dude, what are you doing?
I was looking through my attributes.
Okay, stop looking at porn. Let's do this. What are you going to do?
Attack the dark.
Since I saw the slashing that, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You turn to
Hello,
face the
hello.
one behind you? You can't hear us? Can someone else talk to him? Can
I
you?
think he might be losing audio on
Yo,
us or something.
yeah, I'm just muted.
Can you hear us?
Your ears isn't working.
Maybe his jack might be loose or something, you know, cutting in and out. Oh,
Hello?
Oh,
Plug in your headset. Do you have a different way to hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. So you turn to face
So-
the other one?
Since I noticed that cutting it and piercing it didn't do anything, can I turn to face the other one and kind of, or just grapple him? And then on my next turn, flip our position so that he's in between the other two werewolves and I'm not playing monkey in the middle.
If you want, you can actually just withdraw to a better position. It's a third of, you only get a third of your movement, but you don't have to grab anyone or anything like that if you want to do that. And you won't provoke any opportunity attacks.
We'll do that.
Okay, so you can move anywhere you want at that point. It just has to be a third of your movement. So what's your movement rate?
It should be 36.
Well, this is different.
Well,
in this,
35.
Because let me just look at your tracker here. So you have a base speed of 12. In 2nd edition, in combat, you times your base speed by 10, and you have that much movement on one full turn in feet. So you would have 120 feet that you could move on one full turn. If you take an action, you only get half that. So you would have 60 feet to move. Because this is a third out of 120, you would have 40 feet that you can move. So anywhere you want to go, these are each 5-foot squares, but you have 40 feet of movement to go.
That's a lot more than what I was anticipating.
Yeah, this is different than 5th.
Well, in that case, I'm going home.
So you said 40?
Yeah, you have 40.
That'll be interesting.
Corros, you're at the very end of the initiative order.
And that should be my turn.
Okay, so let me see. All the werewolves went after you shot your arrow and moved. And then it's Vozus, so you're going to be up at the very end of this round. So the werewolf that you moved away from is charging forward 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. He's going to try to rake you on the back. And he misses. This one turns around, and you guys hear this howl break out as this one charges forward 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and he's going to try to rake your back as well. And he also misses. Jeez, they're not doing very well. Viruna, you're up.
Okay, is Magda still in
She's
your
at the
shot?
camp.
No, okay. Well, I'm gonna retreat further since I am injured.
Do any of you have magical weapons?
Wait.
I know some people
Yeah,
do.
Sirs does, for sure.
I
Yeah,
do
Sirs has his
not.
But
Kopech.
magic or magical attacks or magical weapons are effective.
Yeah, I could do like hold animal,
Well, these aren't technically animals. I know they.
but
Got any attacking spells that do damage?
well, I believe that cure light wounds could also be cause light wounds.
Well, you have to
That's-
memorize it that way, unfortunately.
Okay, so I don't have that memorized. So yeah, I'm gonna retreat a little bit.
Okay. Well, no one's next to you, so you can move your full movement if you're not going to take another action.
Okay. Ooh, I still want to be in range of everybody else. So I'm gonna go right here.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you're going to do on your turn?
No. Well, I think we should retreat at this point. I mean, we can see that there's more of them on, like, this little hill, right?
Yeah.
And
So you're telling everyone, we need to retreat, guys. Come on.
our physical attacks don't seem to be working. Perhaps we should retreat.
Okay. Talandril, you're up. What are you going to do?
Well, my thinking is, even though I don't have a magical weapon, I can help my big friend by being a nuisance. So, go up here and attack this one with the sword, at least if it distracts it enough so he can get another shot in.
Do not waste your time with mundane weapons. Use fire or something. If you have no magic.
I tend not to talk about magic stuff. Okay, right. Are you coming with us, big lad?
He's calling out to you. Are you coming with him? Sirs?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you-
Oh, is that
are you
starting
coming-
what you said?
You know the characters can't speak to each other as well.
Yeah,
but just-
yeah.
Well, make sure you
I'll
guys
be
are
easy.
leading with each other's names so they know
My
when you're
bad,
talking
man.
to them.
For some reason, I thought you were talking to someone else. Yeah, what'd you
Sirs,
say?
are you coming with us?
Coming with you. You wish to turn tail and run from these mutts.
Yes.
Look how this one begs for mercy. We need only use the proper weaponry.
Well, we don't have it right now, so what do you want to do? Come over, run out of time here.
Well, perhaps if we take out their leader, the rest will cower and flee.
Okay, fine. Doink.
So you run up. Are you going to attack?
Yeah, of course. No, just gonna run up and go. Yeah.
Yes, I'm wondering. You got to roll your hit.
Okay.
Sirs, make sure you're facing the opponent.
Oh, right. Yes, thank you.
He's like, oh, these aren't frightening, because then he turns around. He's like, oh, right, okay.
So you hit armor class 3. What kind of weapon are you using?
A short sword.
Is it magical?
No, it is not. That's why.
Okay.
That was my whole thing. I'm like, how many of these?
You don't really have to roll what damage. You
I'm
slice
more being
into
a
him,
nuisance. Yeah.
and you see him like pull his arm back, and it just sort of heals. The fur like regrows out of what would have normally been a scar, and he's just like focused.
See,
all on
sirs,
Sirs.
we don't have the weapons. Come on.
Jason in chat's pretty funny if anyone's looking. All right, werewolf here. So you start to see these ones like turning and moving away. Moving into the tree line. Sirs, you're up.
I do not require for you to stay, but I intend to make a meal of these hounds.
So just forward and this is what I am doing. Isn't this not how everyone speaks? All right, go ahead.
All right. Kopech, yeah?
You tell me.
All right. Yeah, Kopech coming at him.
Is it magical?
It is, yeah. Oh, gotcha.
It was a plus 3.
He's about to have this non-magical weapon, realizing,
Oh, whoops, that's
Yeah, roll to hit first.
Sorry.
Still in range 2 for my aura, so add 1.
It doesn't matter. Jeez. My gosh, you cut into him. What's the damage?
That was 18. Magical. That's 18 magical.
So you cut into him, and you see his eyes just sort of go wide as he like leans forward and grabs his stomach as you pull the Kopech out. Blood and gore is starting to rip out of his stomach. He's like holding it and just like signaling to everyone else, but he is messed up. You have more than one attack, right? So remember, at the end of the initiative, after Corros goes, you have your other attacks. So make sure you remind
It says 3/2, so that would be 1 at the start and 2 at the end, right?
Well, 3/2 is 3 attacks every 2 rounds. So 1 round you get 1 attack, another round you get 2 attacks. So if you want to do your 2 attacks this round, you're going to make another attack after Corros goes.
Okay.
So are you going to move or anything, or is that your turn?
No, I think I'll stay here.
Okay. So these werewolves, they're signaling with their howls to move.
Or actually, if I may change that, if I could step here.
So you're going to slide on over? Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
These ones are moving away. There's a lot of like growling and howling and sort of like, animal sounds coming from the north of everyone. You don't really understand what's happening. Wait, who was that guy? That's him up there. So Corros, you are up.
Do I have to use my bow, or can I switch and just do a spell?
You can do whatever you want. It's just that initial round I'm using.
Got it. Alrighty then. Turn to the cleric. What's going on up there? Are we not effective?
All right.
It's Viruna,
Are
right?
there like sound issues here? So Viruna, he's talking to you.
My attacks aren't doing anything.
So nothing normal seems to be doing any damage.
That's correct.
Oh,
Use magic or fire.
He looks like he's like, check this out. So I got something that'll work. So he goes up there and he does
I helped.
pretty flamboyant dude, man. So he's really excited that we're in battle. He's still playing his tunes and singing. He's like, man, what can we do here to get this going here? So he turns to you. He's like, hold my bear. Watch this. So he's gonna move a little bit here. If I I can get my dang guy and choose the right thing. I did it. Yay. Steps in front of you. Haha. And then magic missile to the face. Right here to this guy right here.
Okay, you see these. You're using all 5 of them. Is it 3 or 5?
It's 5, I believe. It's 5 plus 5
Yeah.
in damage.
5 missiles.
Plus the 5 damage. Yeah, so it's 1 to 5 targets. Casting times 1.
And the what's the total damage on that again?
Gosh darn it. Hang on, please hold. It's a first level spell. Let me find it. There it is. Magic missile. 6. Not let me type anything.
I can look it up if you want.
Yeah, I'm trying to just do a quick search on it.
So magic missile is page 176.
Thank you.
And it is 1d4 plus 1 points of damage. If you're using all 5 of your missiles, then it's 5d4 plus 5.
So 5d4 plus. Okay, so I'm going to go 5d4.
So you twist your hands in these archaic positions, mutter your arcane words that make no sense to anyone else, and these magical missiles fly out from your hand, arcing through the air, striking into this werewolf. 13 damage. And each blast like sort of pushes him back and down. Fur is flying, meat and blood is flying all over. Vozus and Sirs, you're sort of blasted as this creature falls back against you. Blood is spattering across your face, and he drops down, and smoke is just rising from his fur as he lays on the ground dead. Turns back into this human that's just naked and pale and pathetic looking.
Yes, now you are cooking with gas.
That was most impressive.
They're all, what's gas? I don't understand that. You have your other attack if you want to.
But, all right. That's my movement.
Well, that's your move and your action for the
It
spell,
is.
right? So, Sirs, you have your extra attack if you want to take it now.
Oh, absolutely.
And you're attacking the one that's right in front of you?
Yep. Yeah. And here it is, right yonder.
Oh, jeez. All right. Roll of damage. It's ridiculous. It's just crazy.
Boink.
All right, you cut into him. He's like sort of focusing on Corros. Vozus. I'll get the name right eventually. He's focusing on Vozus, and you sort of cut into his side, and he just yelps out. And like blood is openly flowing. He seems really shocked that you actually hurt him. All right, back at the top of the round. These werewolves are sort of signaling with howls. It's not as easy of a prey as they thought. Vozus, you're up. Muted.
I'm going to turn around, move in front of this one,
Bust into the
and
trees.
grapple him.
So give me a base attack roll. So it's just basically
just-
a THAC0 roll. Your THAC0 is 15, so 15 minus their armor class. You're going to have to roll a 10 or higher to hit him, to grab him.
Is there a 1d15?
No, a 1d20. A d20. And you have to get a 10 or higher. Okay, so you reach up, grab onto him, just sort of grappling with him. He's going to try to break free on his turn, but that's your turn. You got him. He's fighting and struggling with you. Were you going to try to do
Sweet.
anything
Yeah,
else, or I
done.
mean, that's kind of your action to take. What's your plan here?
I kind of just get myself into this position so that if he tries to make an attack towards me, it's going to hit him instead. And while this one's getting taken care of, I keep this one in place.
You're trying to throw one more wolf into another, basically.
So if
Pretty
you're
much, because I can't damage, so might as
right,
well support.
your movement is hindered because you're actively grappling something and like they're actively fighting you. So if you're going to shift your position, they're going to be able to like get an opportunity to attack on you without any of your defensive adjustments for armor class, because you're actively like holding on to this writhing beast instead of like ducking and dodging and parrying and riposting and stuff.
I'm not planning on doing it this round.
Okay.
I plan on doing it next round.
Okay. So this this Minotaur this werewolf faces you, sirs. That you like just cut into him, and he's gonna slash at you.
Sirs will flick his tongue at him.
Right, Nabel.
Even I don't know what it means, but he does it.
So he cuts into you. You take 7 damage
Oh.
as he rakes into your scales.
Ah.
The werewolf that you have grappled is going to try to break free. Go ahead and give me a strength roll. So go to your abilities page, and there should be a little dice roll. Just click it on strength. So you roll. Well, hold on. So the roll was 20. Oh yeah, not sirs. Sorry, Vozus. So your roll was 12. I rolled a 12. So you guys are locked. He's like trying to break out, and he's unable to break your grip for his turn. Viruna, you're up.
Okay, so since I am pretty badly injured, is it normal, do you guys think, for a cleric to heal oneself?
Yeah.
If you're hurt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at 7, so I feel like
Yeah, get yourself up and then maybe.
crashed again. So, okay, Veruna's going to kneel down, pray to Mishakal, and cast her Cure Light Wounds. The best I can do.
So Cure Light Wounds is 1d8. Come on, 8.
Okay. Here we go.
5. Oh, not bad. Okay, anything else that you're planning to do on your turn?
No, so does that... How do I figure out how much I am healed?
5. 5 is what you get back.
That is... Okay. That's it for my turn.
Healing is rough in all early editions. All right, Talandril, you're up.
Right, so that tactic is working with Sir, so I'll move to up beside him again and have him always stab at the werewolf. Just to keep him off balance.
Yeah.
If you have a bow, you may be able to fetch my magic arrow from that corpse over there.
Fetch my arrow.
Yeah, I've got time to think about that.
I wonder if you could use it like a
no, because I've
magic
already got it.
improvised
I don't
weapon.
have it.
What are you going to do, Talandril?
I'm going to stab him with a short sword.
All
I
right,
don't think I'm not legless, I wouldn't be able to deal with it. So the arrow will probably mess up. Bad doink. I'm brilliant at this.
You bring it down, he like ducks it across it, and it just sort of slides right next to him.
That's alright. I'm distracting him. That's what I'm doing. I'm distracting. I'm being a distracting distractor.
Right.
So, Serge, you get that shot in next.
Sirs, you're up.
All right, only one attack this round, and this will be it. All right, yonder.
You hit.
All right.
18. You cut into it. It just drops down after you pull your weapon out. Changes. You see this young woman all cut up. Her guts are hanging out of her corpse. I need Talandril, Sirs, and Vozus to give me a horror check, which is a roll versus paralyzation, a save versus paralyzation.
All right. Paralyzation, found it.
Gabriel failed. Talandril
It's on the
failed,
info.
Vozus
God.
failed. Everyone. Okay, so let's see. Cores, just seeing that, you get this senseless rage that sort of like floods your system, and all you want to do is continue attacking and destroying this creature in front of you. The second one was Talandril. You have this obsessive need to like get close and sort of look at this filth and vile stomach lining and just get closer to it for some insane reason.
So I'm like, oh, it's icky.
So
Oh,
gross.
well, you're smashed away. I'm
And
like,
sirs,
"Ugh."
you also have this senseless rage that you just have to kill every one of these beasts, just like, "Rah!"
I feel no different.
The horror is just too much for you.
No, just kidding. That's kind of how he's already acting.
So
Oh, man.
howls are going out, and these creatures around you guys, the sort of the north of you, are actively moving away. Corros, you're up.
I said, all right. My spells, I got 3 first level spells. One of them's magic missile. Do I still have 2 remaining slots I could cast another magic missile, or is that exhausted?
Yeah, the way this works is you have to choose during your rest, when you're memorizing, what spells you have memorized. You can't do it on the fly like that. So if you only memorize that once, then you can only cast it once. You have to memorize it more than once in order to do that.
Got it. Okay. All right. I'm gonna move up.
So right now, Vozus and the werewolf are grappled together. And all the other werewolves seem to be like actively gone.
Okay. I'm gonna cast something different this time then. I got a 2nd level spell. Melf's Acid Arrow.
Okay. Do you have the description for that?
I don't. Can you? I'm sorry. I'm trying to find that spell book that you gave to me.
So you can also look in the player's handbook. So Melf's Acid Arrow is 186 in the player's handbook. There's a casting time of 2, so you're not going to be able to move or anything. Let's see. Visual, somatic, and material. You create a magical arrow that speeds to its target as if fired from a bow. No modifiers for range, non-proficiency, or specialization are used. The arrow has no attack or damage bonus, but inflicts 2d4 points of acid damage. There is no splash, with saving throw for items on the target. For every 3 levels that the casters achieve, the acid, unless somehow neutralized, lasts for another round, inflicting 2d4 more. Okay, so let's see. Saving throw is special, so the saving throws is for what? Acid? Let me look. Poison, breath weapon. It'd be spell. So what your level is 6? What level casting are you? Your 2nd level
2.
caster?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, so he did not save. So you shoot the arrow out. It's saying, I think you have to roll to hit. It's not an auto hit.
I don't have.
It just says no modifiers for range. So give me it's going to be your Thaco versus its armor class as you
Really?
throw it at it. So go ahead and roll a d20. What your Thaco is 18. So you have to roll a 13 or above to hit it.
Okay. All right. Going to D20.
So a 12 or above because you have your +1.
Did it.
Nice. So you cast it. This magical arrow manifests in midair and it just strikes into this creature. Roll 2d4 for damage.
4.
Oh shit, you're doing ranged inside of combat, so hold on a second. You might actually hit Vozus. Okay, you didn't hit Vozus. Okay, so the arrow hits the target you were aiming for. Whenever you're doing any missile into melee, it's really tricky. Ends up hitting him, and then ultimately doing 4 damage. You see acid sort of boiling on his skin, Vozus. And the smell of this sort of chemical flesh smell and sort of mist is rising from his body as he's actively howling. You're holding on to him, so he can't move or anything. But he's just like screaming out in pain from this. Okay, so that's going to be your turn, Corros. We're going back to the werewolves. They're howling to leave, and this one is sort of contained. So the first person to go is Vozus. What are you going to do? You got this guy in a grapple. He's actively trying to get out of your grip.
Oh, will you stop your screaming? You're going to give me even bigger headache.
These things haven't communicated in any intelligible way, so there's no way he's going to answer. What are you going to do?
Can you choke creatures out?
Can I wrangle him to move into this position right here so that he's in between the three of us and in a better line of sight for this person?
Let's do strength checks, opposing strength checks.
Attribute, strength.
So you got an 11. Wait, what? Target was 15. You rolled a 4. So no, you can't move him. He is just trying his best to break out, and it's everything you can do to hold on to him. There are ways to subdue creatures, but it's really not easy. I mean, it's pretty tough. You have to attack them with non-lethal damage until they reach 0 and then go unconscious.
How does choking work in this?
Well, you're grappled right now, so you can't. But it would just be basically a called shot, and then you would called shot on the neck, so you'd be like a -4 to hit, and then you'd get a -2 to your armor class, and then you'd just be choking him if you successfully hit, and then it would be non-lethal damage until it got to 0, and if you kept going, then you could kill them. But there's no official ruling for choking or anything like that. That's just how I would rule it. But for your turn, you're actively trying to move him, and he's resisting you with everything. So you sort of spent up your turn there. He's going to try to break out.
Good to know for the future.
So give me a strength check.
Will do.
So you got a 6. So he breaks out of your bond, your hold, and you see him just run. So give me an opportunity attack as he's running, if you want to take one.
Can the opportunity attack be another grapple?
No. No, it would have to just be like a regular melee attack. I mean, if it's not magical, then he's not going to be doing damage. So even if you hit,
Kick him in the squaw. Right.
Can I attempt sweeping his legs out from underneath him?
I mean, you can try. Give me a base attack. So you've got a THAC of 15. So you need to roll a 10 or above to make contact with him. Armor class of 8 is not enough. Oh, you rolled with your cutlass. But if you even with an armor class of 8, you wouldn't have hit him. So he just leaps off and he's like bounding away from you. And as the howls go further and further away, you can easily come to the conclusion that they didn't think this was going to be such a difficult kill. And so they're just going off to find an easier kill.
Yes.
Combat is over.
In a strange new land, it's important we establish the food chain immediately.
That's true. I love the formal way you speak. It's so funny. All right, so what are you guys doing? You got this Minotaur standing there. Is he friend, foe? What's up?
Well,
The horned
Viruna
one
would like
speaks.
to walk up to where these mangled corpses are lying. They're still there, right?
The humans that were werewolves? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still looking at its guts going, oh, that's terrible.
It's so
Oh,
gross.
oh.
That's
Wait, how long's this last?
it can be.
Can I check? Can I check to see if there's still a pulse?
On the corpses? There's no pulse.
Oh.
You reach down and you're looking for like some sort of heartbeat, and they're dead, 100% dead.
Is there any mobs left? How come
No, they all ran away.
man, my screen's all wonky?
Seeing Talandril hypnotized by the gore, I think Cersei put his hand on his shoulder and, "You fought bravely, friend. You deserve the first bite."
Oh, I'm not accustomed to these.
You have to eat the heart. Honor the kill.
Well, I've been playing the guts. I'll reach my hand up there. Yeah, okay.
That's so disgusting. All right. You already failed. I mean, you failed your horror,
Kill me.
so you're going to reflect on this really grossly, but right now, you're in it.
It's a good thing Viruna's not right
Well,
next to
funny
you.
enough, I'm
Yeah.
full.
You take a bite, you roll. Yeah, this is good.
No, but I'm putting on a brave face and then I'll hand the heart up the stairs.
Myself too, and hello, it is I, Sir Corros.
A flourish. So you're telling that to Vozus?
Yes,
You said your name was Sir Corros?
it's Corros. I can go by Corros. Yes. What
To
brings
meet
you
you.
in
My
these
name is
woods?
Boxer. Can you say that one more time?
Corros is my name. I asked it. What brings you in this forest?
I was like, I would hope roughly 30 minutes ago I was on my ship. Next thing I know, I'm in this forest. I have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on.
Is there a sea nearby here?
I hope so. Considering I was just on a ship surrounded by water, and the next thing I know, I'm on land. Not just any land, in the middle of land, with no water to be seen in sight.
Open water may be the best place to hide from these rifts.
So it seems that you've been brought here under strange circumstances, possibly due to this unknown mist that surrounds us.
Did a similar occurrence happen to the rest of you?
Yes, I'm completely unfamiliar with this place. It's most dreadful.
You were transported here from another world. From which world do you hail?
Kronos. Or is it Coral? I can't remember.
It's Krynn.
Oh, Krynn.
Oh, you were also from Krynn.
Is everyone here from Krynn?
Yes.
Yes. I guess we need to thank you for aiding us in that battle. Were those wolf men following you for very long?
I wouldn't know for. I wouldn't be able to tell time from this place since it's constantly dark and the mist does not help. But it didn't seem like it was very long. But I would say it was more of you helping me than me helping you.
Yes. But nevertheless, you should join us. Strength in numbers.
Yes, we have a
Yes.
camp not far from here.
I would definitely prefer that. Rest up in due time. Because those were not very pretty scratches.
By the way, do we know what a Minotaur is? Any of us?
Yeah, every single one of
Okay.
you. Like you
Okay.
actually know because they were on the Dark Queen side, like you were of the War of the Lance, and they served the Dark Queen for slavery and brute force attacks, and Sargonus, their god. This is all pretty well known. Has been sort of steering them to attack Sylvanesty and stuff like that. I mean, there's this long-running enmity between them. But Minotaurs are known, just like the Argothians are known for their sailing and piracy and shipbuilding and war techniques. I mean, they are a militant society. So, and they have their own form of honor too, much like Knights of Slamnia, except instead of just being lawful good, it's more about chaotic combat and sort of might makes right, as it were. But they're a bold, proud race that has been subjugated for the majority of Krynn's history, and now in this era, they finally found freedom and a method of building up their own nation and stuff. So they're definitely known. Of everyone, your race is the most mysterious and misunderstood, because most people just see Bakali and Lizardmen and just think they're beasts, rather than, because you don't really have a nation unto yourself. And so they don't really see you as higher on the intellect, civilization scale as everyone else. So everyone definitely is aware of Minotaurs and their basic history. So you guys end up going back to camp then?
Yes, it appears fate has thrown us together, so we'll make the best of it.
Okay. So you get back to camp, and Magda has already set up this really nice fire with this sort of hanging cauldron pot. You didn't even see her carrying it. There's like this sort of makeshift tent made out of like leaves and foliage and branches that she plans on sleeping in. Obviously, her dog is just sort of slumbering down by the fire. The rook is sitting on top of the makeshift tent, just sort of, through, Lord, making a bunch of sounds and stuff. And she looks up, her eyes go wide, and she sort of stands up and backs up. Who is this creature here? Looking at Vozus. And Vozus, you see this old woman. I mean, honestly, she's not that old, but she looks old. She's got, this sort of wrap. She looks like basically like a gypsy. This big cloak wrapped around her, sort of tending to the fire. As you walk up, she sort of startles and leans back. Who is this person?
Another misfortunate person from our lands. It appears we're all getting dragged in from not even the sea as the safe haven.
He is from the same country you hail from?
Different part. Sorry, my friend, Vozus, was that? I didn't catch your name there. Vozus?
It's Vozus. Yes.
Always good to get that.
I'm going to lean over to the lizard folk and go,
Who's she?
This is a Bastani woman that we are following to meet a powerful wizard of sorts, this Lord Soth, who rules this land. We wish to see if he can use his powers to help us. She is not, and I do not trust her, but she is knowledgeable of this land, so we will use her as we can.
She like
before we
sits
discard her.
down, starts stirring the cauldron. You realize I can hear you, right?
Apparently she still has her senses. I underestimated.
You are both very loud.
Apologies.
You're big, bold creatures. Your whispering is...
to Phil Bunyan.
Do you know who this lady... I don't trust her.
You can't hear us.
Everyone can hear all around.
I was never very good.
Even the werewolves are hearing the conversation.
Yeah, they're like, you guys suck! All right, so she's making this sort of form of a broth. She's like, well, if you're hungry, please, I have some mushroom stew here, if you'd like a little bit. Do you have containers or helmets or something? You can drink it straight from the ladle if you'd like.
I'm sure.
Circe will offer up the corpses that we brought back to add to the stew if she's willing.
She like moves her arms and her body over. Like, no, are you out of your mind? If you don't eat our creatures we kill, why did you kill these naked humans?
They were not human when I killed them.
Why did you kill these naked, not humans?
They might be those. What did you call them?
Oh,
Wolf
yes.
people.
The lycanthropes, the werewolves.
Yes.
They sought to feast on our bull friend here.
Oh, they must have been hard up to attack such a large-statured creature. Hunting must be pretty difficult now that these rifts are opening, and almost on cue, the ground opens up right next to everyone. I need dexterity checks from everyone. The fire dips down as the ground is opening up, falls down. She's like leaning back doing her best to get back out of the way.
Irma.
Oh, I passed the roll. Check me out.
You're doing that.
Woo!
That says you failed, Talandril.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Premature. So it looks like Veruza and
Sorry, I just saw Veruza. Sorry, so straggling your ruler.
Veruza
Can I have
and
your roll?
Vozus are the only two, and Corros. Okay, so then who is it? It's Sex, Talandril, and shit. What is your name again? Vozus.
Thirst, you mean?
Sirs, yeah.
All right, whatever. The people who failed, you're actively falling down into the pit, this rift that's opening up. The ground is rumbling. Everything is uneven. The dog is like howling and backing away, grabbing at Magda's, the hem of her cloak, pulling her back. The bird is like flapping, or the rook is flapping up in the air, sort of crying out. You guys are actively falling down. I need some sort of like dexterity or strength or athletics check. If you have a non-weapon proficiency you could use, let me know. But we're going to start with you, Vozus. What are you going to do to try to catch yourself from falling in this rift?
I'm going to quickly see if there's any non-weapon proficiencies that I have.
Okay.
Rope use, seamanship, tumbling.
Tumbling. You want to roll that?
Well, that's after touching the ground. But actually, how close is the ground? If I could see it.
Roll and let me see what you get.
Would that be a strength? Oh, you said dex.
Well, there should be a button next to the non-weapon proficiency, right?
No, for me it's in the class notes.
Okay, let me look at your sheet really quick. Thought we might have added it to it. Yeah, we did. So go to your proficiencies tab under character sheet proficiencies. And
Oh,
at the very
I
end
see
of
it.
that, just roll that die.
Tumbling and it's right there. Oop.
Okay.
Huh,
So you're
success.
falling down. You see that there's a small ledge that you're coming toward that's about 15 feet below the edge that you fell from. And you just sort of lean your body back against the wall, the cliff edge. You slide down. As soon as your feet touch the ground, you sort of spin and tumble, gaining your balance and leaning up against the wall. You can see two other people falling down. So next up is going to be Talandril. What are you going to do to try to stop yourself?
I'm going to use balance. Try and stay myself on the edge.
Okay. Well, so as far as
Or no?
thieves skills go, I guess climb walls would be the closest thing, right? Because you failed your balance check, which is the dexterity roll, just to
Oh, right. Okay.
tumble
Oh,
in.
should have maybe rolled balance for it. So roll. Climb all.
You want to get underneath your percentage.
Yep. Right, let's have a crack at that.
Nice.
Ah,
So you're falling down, you grab into, there's like roots and stuff hanging out where the rift opens up. You grab onto those and you sort of climb onto the flat side of that rift as it opens. And you guys hear screaming falling down. Sex? Is that it?
so
What do you, sirs? Why do you
Sirs.
keep saying sex?
That's what the
I
lake's
got something on my
Yes.
mind.
Yeah,
All right.
yes.
All right, sirs, you and me, let's go to the back room. What are you gonna do, man?
Oh.
This might be a stretch for the with swimming help. Maybe you could swim, like swim against the current of the force
Of
that's
gravity?
pulling it.
No, that's a little Wile E. Coyote Looney Tunes. I'm not sure that'll work.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to try to like grab onto something, it would be a strength check. If you want to try
Yes.
to, okay.
That sounds good. Yeah, for sure. If there's something nearby to grab onto, do that coming up.
Okay, success. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just grab anything
Just
that seems
So
absolutely.
while I'm kind of
yeah.
hanging on the edge here, can I take a look down and see what's actually in this rift?
It looks like it goes on forever. I mean, there's like thicker mist the deeper down it goes, but there's just this sort of vacuum of air being sucked down into it, and it's sort of like making the mist do this weird, like sort of vortex spin. I mean, it looks like it could just go down forever.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's anything tangible, or give us an idea what these things are, or
Yeah.
where they go to.
No, it looks like just.
Do you think it
emptiness
leads
and
back to
darkness.
Krynn?
I very much doubt it. That does not look pleasant. Let's get out of here.
We should prepare a note in a bottle for the next time this happens.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Okay, so you guys are actively trying to collect everyone that made your dex checks. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so, since there's a lizard man and a minotaur, Talandril's like the smallest person, I suppose, that Viruna could attempt to help, so she's gonna run to Talandril and try to, like, assist him.
Okay. And what about you, Corros? What are you gonna do?
Is anyone struggling to get up?
Well, right now, I mean, it just happened. They just dropped out of sight. So that's kind of
man.
where we're sitting with you.
All right. I start singing to see if I try for heroic inspiration
My
here.
friends have fallen out of
But they've
you.
fallen. If you can hear me, this is where I'm at. I hope this song encourage you to find me soon. All right. Singing's get better.
He's getting it.
So
It's tragic.
it is cringy.
So is that a ability score bonus you're giving them?
Yeah, for saving throws +1.
Okay. Okay, so with everyone's help, you guys can climb back out. I mean, there's branches and stuff like that they can assist with, and then your skill rolls and stuff are going to be supplemented with the bard singing. So you guys can get back out. Magda is just sort of on her rear, sort of getting back up as the dog pulled her back from the rift. She's like, I fear this might not be very safe to be camping out here, but I know we must be sleeping in the wilderness for quite some time before we reach Negragaard Keep. What do you all want to do?
Do the rifts open in the same place, or once it opens, is that it?
Once they're open, but it's just the closer you're getting to Negragaard Keep, the more frequent, and
Yes,
it's
what I
totally
mean is-
random.
This one's opened. We know where it is. What are the chances of another one opening right on top of it?
Good point. Yeah.
Is it like the eye of the storm? Are we safer like being here where one's already opened? Is there like a distance between each one? Or
As far as
does
I
it
know,
really
it's
matter?
a crapshoot. I could attempt to discern the future if you'd like, but with these rifts and Sithicus completely undoing itself, I am afraid my fortune telling might not be as accurate as it would be otherwise.
So there's no point worrying. We can only worry about what we worry about.
I understand. Yes, it's a good point.
So, getting some rest would be ideal.
Yeah, especially those of you who need to memorize spells. Like,
Yeah.
We don't even happen to have a bottle. Our friend Serge has actually a good idea.
I mean,
Yes, if one of you has any allies in Krynn, you may wish to write a note to them, and we could stuff them all in a bottle of some kind.
I'm thinking more if we are in Sithicus, if you meet Lord Soth, ask him to come back and sort this out. Yours sincerely.
So I'm gonna.
so only civilized people would be able to write. And then what language are you writing in? And what are you using to write?
No, I'm thinking about charcoal. There's like wood and stuff. We can like burn one and make a bit of
Unlike a...
Well, we did say there's an active burning fire.
Well, there was.
Yeah, so
and
we
it
could
went
get
down
a
with
bit of
that.
wood.
But yeah, you can find charcoal. That's not
That's
a
right. Make
problem.
it charcoal like that. That's
I don't think the bard is going to want to give up any of his spellbook pages to do something like this. These things
No.
are really expensive. The best you could probably do is maybe some bark. Maybe, I don't know, like do a little bit on leaves.
Well, what's the got any large spawns? I think like
I'm going to turn to the gypsy-looking woman and go, that's a lot of ground that went missing. It's not going to fall on top of us, is it?
The trees sometimes will fall with the rifts and they will fall on top of you, but as far as I know, in the open skies, there's nothing that will fall on us.
So,
Because that's a lot of dirt for miles. I would rather not wake up in a tomb
I understand. I've never seen
that the world
the
just
rift.
shat on us.
I've never seen the remnants of the rift fall from the sky. It seems to be more of an undoing of the fabric of the reality of this domains and literally a shoveling of dirt.
We may wish to spread out our camp
Very much
and,
so.
into 2 parts, with a rope spread between, so that if it happens in one, the others may pull
It's like, I do not want to be
Yeah.
tied to with a rope to any of you large creatures. You will pull me down with you.
Unless there's anyone else here that weighs roughly around 400 plus pounds. You are stopping me from falling.
Everyone looks at the lizard man. There's only one. No, I mean, you guys are welcome to continue camping here if you want to. That's a great point Talandril brought up. I mean, what are the chances of it happening again in the same spot? I mean, arguably as likely as it happening anywhere else, but because it did just happen here, who knows? Maybe there's a chance that it won't. In either case, you do have to sleep, and you do have to rememorize spells if you're a caster. So
And this
you
thing is
need to
noisy.
choose somewhere. Yeah. So everyone's cool with staying here?
yeah, I'm good with
Yeah, I
that.
think so.
think
Okay.
we'll say-
Plus, the light from the rift might discourage any random creatures of the night.
Well, are you going to do shifts for watch, or are you just going to say
think so.
screw it?
Mhm.
I should do shifts. Before we start sleeping here, I wanted to ask the gentleman that came with us. He knows what those type of beasts were. Is that correct? Lycanthropes?
Magda knows, but no one else has encountered lycanthropes on Krynn.
So Naga's
No,
with us.
Magda is, yeah. She is.
Okay. I asked her what. I noticed that when some of my companions, when they were engaged in combat, it seems those they were absorbing the wounds and self-healing themselves. It wasn't until the big green man and myself, when I shot missiles out of my fingers, they actually took damage.
Well, magic will harm most any creatures. Werewolves, any lycanthrope, they are resistant to mundane weapons. It needs to be imbued with some sort of power, or it needs to be silvered.
Do you know of such practice or someone that can maybe help us out with such weapons?
I'm not entirely sure any of the elves in any of the towns would help any of your kind, but they are the only places that you would be able to get silvered weapons. Magical weapons are a commodity that is very rare here in Sithicus. I cannot imagine you would ever find any.
So I turn to, jeez, I'm really bad with character names right now. Colin,
Mm-hmm. Talandril.
maybe that's something we can work on and try finding how we can better ourselves, including you and the others that don't have such weapons.
I concur.
I
These
have
wolf
4 silver
creatures.
coins. I wonder if we might be able to melt them down and dip our arrows in it.
I think we would silver coins work as silver to imbue with our weapons?
You would have to have a hot enough forge to melt the metal down, and then you would have to be able to mold it into a weapon.
That's easy. I've got fireball. I cast it on the group. No, just kidding.
Everyone dies!
uh,
Problem solved.
okay. Thank you.
Silver is easy to melt, and even for the arrows,
The problem
That's
is
a
that
simple-
it's a trade skill, and it's
Mhm.
definitely not something anyone could just pick up and do without equipment. I mean, you need proper equipment
So
to
we need
melt
we
metal
need
and manage it.
A weaponsmithy or somebody.
Yeah. Blacksmith or something like that.
Yeah. All right.
And there's
Didn't fancy being one of them this time. Guess all we could do is forge ahead. We'll get some rest tonight, and the sooner we get this keep, I think, is our best option right now. This place is a little bit insane and starting to getting my nerves.
which is very
I like
dangerous.
civilization.
And is getting more dangerous as time passes. The entire domain is falling apart. We must
Yes,
get there
danger.
as quickly as possible.
Danger I can handle. This insanity is starting to wear on my nerves a little bit. I like the ground underneath me. I like the pocket full of gold. And I like to know that as a human holding a sword that I can deal with.
I understand. This is new for all of us, even those of us who have lived in this domain for a very long time.
Right. So we'll rest up and then crack on first light.
Very good. My dinner went down into the rift, so I suppose it's hardtack for the evening.
More lamp spread. Okay.
She goes off into her makeshift tent. What are you guys going to do? You sleep on the stars? You going to do some makeshift something or what?
What's the weather like here?
Right now it's completely overcast. It's not actively dripping or raining or anything, but it's the cloud cover is actually going to keep it relatively warm just for, temperature wise for the night. But other than that, it seems to be, like your average sort of fall temperatures.
Yeah. Cowboy style sounds good to me. Roll by the fire, bank it up, and then it's easier to do the shifts as well because we'll just wake each other up.
Okay. Well, the evening goes uneventful. You need to memorize your spells, like mark down what spells you're going to memorize and how many of them you have. And then if you're going to change them up, now's the time to do it. But morning comes, you're all woken up by the rook calling out, "Lord, through, Lord!" And Magda gets up, and anyone else who's sort of like taking their time, she goes up and sort of nudges them with her club, like, "It is time to go. We must go before the sun reaches the horizon."
I did the last stag.
Wake up! Wake up! Sort of nudge her.
Is it my imagination or do those birds speak? It sounds as if they said Lord something.
Yes, this has been very strange. She has been saying Lord and through for quite some time now, and I'm not entirely sure. Some birds can say certain words that they hear over and over again, but I've never known mine to speak before.
Did this begin happening around the time of the rifts? Could be related somehow.
Yes, I think so. I think perhaps so, yes. What do you think it means?
What is the second word? Is that a name? Lord?
It does sound like he's saying Lord. The other word is through, like passing
Lord.
through.
Through. That's nonsense.
This is a rook. I think maybe we're looking too much into it.
Yes, I believe we have. He'll start packing up his stuff.
It's actually a survival tactic, just bearded out here. Corvids and parrots mimic other creatures to sound like predators, so they get left alone.
Nice.
Just develop into speech because humans are predators, so they're like.
And birds of the crow family
Yeah,
are
corvids.
very intelligent.
Corvids. They're same as parrots. They're similar makeup.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I prefer chicken.
All right, so you guys are ready to pack up and go for the next day?
Yeah.
Well,
Are we leaving these bodies here, or we'll throw them in the rift?
It's up to you. I mean,
The
carrying around
bodies are still
corpses is
there?
not a good idea.
Actually, let's
Did they
throw
have
one
it
in there
on
to
them?
see if
tactic.
Should we search them first or something?
they're naked.
Yeah. Oh, they're
Nothing in-
completely butt naked, huh? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, never
and
mind.
I've searched inside one of them, so
Yeah.
there's nothing in there.
Scare tactic.
What are you guys doing?
Carry them around.
Who's carrying the
Well,
corpses?
Feed them a
we're
good-
not
feed them a
messing with
good
dead
pose.
bodies, that's for sure.
Magda is abjectly against carrying around dead bodies. Like,
No, I
she-
mean, we're going to throw them in the rift.
oh, yeah. I mean, this is better
See
than
what
burying
happens.
them, I think.
That's, yep, okay.
By all means.
1, 2, 3.
You're listening, and you don't hear anything hit. It's just empty.
Yeah, that's not good. Well, at least they're providing some use. That means that we don't want to go down there.
All right, so
Don't know.
we're at our 2-hour mark. Let's take a quick break, and then on the other side, we will continue on to Negragaard Keep. Everyone okay with that? All right, see y'all back in here in a second. Thank you all for watching. We will be right back. And we are back. All right. So, we have traveled for a number of days, and we are near the edge.
Showing you.
Oh, what is that? Okay.
Sorry, she didn't know we were back on.
It's okay. We are now like through the forest quite some ways. You've had a number of days where it's just been really, really quiet. I was actually hoping our other cast member was going to be able to join us by now, and we would be able to integrate her into the story before we continue on. But we're kind of at a point where if we want to move on to the Negragaard Keep, we can do it. I am inclined to introduce her even though she's not even here. But that would be weird. So I guess we're just going to continue to Negragaard Keep. So you guys start to move toward the edge of this forest. And remember, these are like 5-mile increments that you're sort of seeing in. And so it's really far, far in the distance ahead of you. And, you know, you've had days where it's been a little bit more sunny than other days, but for the most part, everything has been muted in tones and overcast. It's been raining for a couple days, just up until today. Really kind of terrible weather. The ground is all muddy and sort of gross. You're finally getting to the edge of this chasm, and you can see just how vast this chasm is, as the site of this keep is sort of perching out of this open maw in the ground. And as you've been traveling closer to Negragaard Keep, the frequency and the severity of these rifts has been exponentially growing. It has just been getting more precarious and more dangerous. You're really having to work together to avoid falling into these pits to your own doom every time these rifts open up. And you just feel this sense of urgency as you start to approach. I do want to sort of show everyone here and you kind of what you're looking at as you start approaching this keep. Now, this is Negragaard Keep on Krynn. So Negragaard Keep is very, very similar, but not exact. So you can see that there's this keep built on the edge of this cliff. There's a massive drawbridge that spans the rift into the actual keep itself. And this red part that you're seeing is the exterior. So there's these massive walls that go up tens and tens of feet up into the air. And you see these little walkways on top of these massive walls. But other than that, there's like a gatehouse, like sort of at the end of the drawbridge, as it were. The sort of bridge spanning the gap of this rift. And it's just sort of leading in. Ultimately, what it really kind of looks like as you're looking at it is almost from the top down, it would look like a sort of a rose shape. And that's really the design feature of this. You have a number of levels beneath that walkway structure that's in white here. That's sort of the walkway around the perimeter of this walls. And then staircases leading up and around the central sort of rosebud point of this keep. Very organic looking, very menacing. And the closer you get to it, the darker it is. You see crows and birds flying in perpetual circles all around this massive keep. And it gets darker and darker, almost as if the keep itself is sucking light out of the surrounding area when you start getting in closer to it. So that's kind of what you're seeing as you're getting closer and seeing this massive spanning gap. Thank you for tuning in, Jason. Appreciate you, man. And ultimately, you get up next to it. You see this huge, like 1,000-foot or more gap down into mist. The depth of this massive rift. The ground is actively shaking from other rifts opening nearby. And what I'm doing here for everyone watching, your sake, is I'm referencing the original module's maps. And so they're not exact to a VTT. That they're very much hand-drawn in some cases, very primitive. If you guys look at the lower left of this very big map that you're looking at, that's where you are at the edge of this drawbridge that leads up to the entrance of the keep. And this is where Magda, and each of these squares is 10 feet, and that's why you're so small in the square. I couldn't get it to match up perfectly with the VTT math because it's all hand drawn, and so I just said screw it. So you're sort of looking at this massive bridge that leads to the gate, and there's this closed actual gate on the other side, like it's not actively open. Crows sort of spin up and scream out. They're calling out the same thing that you've been hearing over and over and over again. Lord, through, Lord. Over, and you're sort of like flapping, the sounds of the wings just sort of beating and echoing off of these massive depths all around you. You've arrived at midday. Magda tells you, I do not suggest you stay in the keep at night. There are creatures that obey and follow the Dark Lord. They are banshees and skeletal warriors. Do your best to avoid them. If you encounter them at night, it is only death that will follow. So you have a matter of hours before you should leave again or find somewhere within that you can hold up. But this is as far as I can take you. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you again, Magda. And thanks
Are you
again.
going off of experience or folk tales?
Folk tales. I've never been inside the keep. But yeah, one thing that you missed out on that everyone else heard was this long extrapolated tale. But you know the legend of Lord
prophecy.
Soth. Yeah, you don't know the prophecy, but you know the legend of Lord Soth from Krynn, where his 13 warriors that stood by his side as he fell and was damned to be a death knight, they turned into skeletal warriors as his sort of militia for eternity. And the elven maidens that he sort of took advantage of and betrayed Isolde from, they turned into banshees that haunt him nightly on Krynn and sing his tale of falling to darkness and tormenting him for all of eternity. And so that's what she's alluding to that exists here. But nothing has been so far as you've known Lord Soth or other the creatures or anything since you've been here. So who knows if it's actually true still or not? She's just going off of legend. And none of you guys have been here before, so you never really know. So yeah, did you guys want to share the prophecy with him?
Yeah, I'm
Is
sure
he
we
enough
would.
silver?
No, not yeah. Not the Dark Knight's tale where he was like demanding money, but what Magda was telling you. Did you guys want to retell that?
Spooky tales the night.
Well, this is actually short. 'Cause it's just a prophecy.
Perhaps Corros could sing it.
There you go. Does anyone remember it?
Yes,
You do?
Let's see.
vaguely.
So what?
I will attempt to retell the prophecy to you, Vozus. So, Magda spoke of a prophecy in which a group of travelers arrived through mists in order to save this land.
Yeah. If you want to give me a wisdom check, see if you can recall it exactly. All right. Okay. So this is the exact prophecy. She did very good with reciting it from memory. So in time, the cudgel shall come forth again into the light, and a new tribe shall rally around it. Dirges shall hem them in on every side, and sorrowful shall be their song. But in the year of destruction, strangers shall come, and they shall lead the way to salvation through the jaws of the beast. Only with their help can the wanderer escape. The strangers too shall be freed when the black rose blooms. So that's exact prophecy.
Yes.
All right. So you guys are on the other side of a bridge that spans a 1,000-foot deep chasm with extremely steep sides, no way to sort of switch back down them. You see dozens of large black birds wheeling through the air and circling the highest reaches of the structure, which you saw, it's sort of these massive walls, like 4 stories high, and then in the center of it is this sort of towering structure like a rosebud as it goes up into the sky even further. The gates are closed on the other side of this span of this bridge, and the bridge is like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25-ish, 30-ish feet across. So what are you guys going to do?
Well, we're here. We may as well win.
Would anyone like to scout ahead? Someone particularly inconspicuous.
What do I do?
I could cross the bridge and inspect the gates.
We wouldn't want to lose you. You're our healer. I was thinking.
A more expendable person.
Well, I'm curious too. But okay, yeah.
I could move fairly decently, silently.
Yes, let the new guy go.
Yes. You would earn our thanks.
I believe this might be my department.
All right.
I'm used to investigating.
What's your
I wasn't
base
going to point any fingers, but
silent movement?
Move silently is 20.
No, that's
The
10 more
most
than me.
metagame question ever. What's your move silent percentage? All right.
So I'll just strap myself up so nothing's moving, leave my pack with the rest of the group.
Okay. So you're going just with clothing? That's it?
Yep. Well, obviously.
Wait, are you going off of the base or total?
My base, I believe. Yep.
Yeah, you should go off your total.
Total's 20 as well. Yeah, because it's nothing.
Oh, then we have the exact same then.
Okay.
I mean, he's got sea legs, so he can definitely, maneuver. And you're a swashbuckling, sort of roguish character, so you can definitely maneuver. So it's totally up to you guys. Or maybe you just do it together.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, Rochambeau it.
If you're so keen, crack on. I'm not one to put himself in the harm's way
Well, he's
unnecessarily.
doing wonderfully at moving silent as he's clomping across the bridge.
That's it.
Are you going to try to...
I could do that. You could walk and I'd be behind you doing that.
You totally failed.
Very
You wouldn't need to.
appealing.
I got hooves.
Yeah.
I have hooves, so you wouldn't need to do much effort on your end.
Okay, so you've started moving across then. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, Vozus, where's your character?
Almost at the very bottom down here. It is
All
so
right,
tiny.
So go ahead and start moving your character over. Just remember, each of these are 10 feet. So imagine that there's 4 or 5 foot squares in between them. You have 120 feet you can move in a turn. But if you're trying to be careful, of course, then it drops down. If you're like moving silently or trying to, which you failed at, of course, but moving silently is like a third of your movement. So you have like a 40 movement.
So that would be like roughly here.
So it'd be, well, no, because each of these are 10. Each square is 10. So you could move 40. So you can
Oh.
move 4 of them.
Sure. So each square is 10?
So just move 1 square at a time.
10, 20.
All right, stop where you are. As soon as you step on that, it drops out from beneath you. The planks are all rotten and moldy looking. You would have no idea, but you're so big and so heavy that your feet just go straight through it. I need you to give me a dexterity check.
Well, this is a predicament. Dexterity check. Yeah. Not my day today.
Did you succeed? Oh, shit.
I
Dude. Okay, give me 1 second.
Oh, has the bard been playing inspirational songs?
Obviously.
It's like, oh shit.
Everyone's just like, let's just watch him fall to his death. Because what else are you going to do? Let's see. Rotten, solid
This
wood.
is how it's like in Pirates of the Caribbean, right? The bad before the good.
So you
Fall
fall
down, but
through
then
before you
actually
can
see
catch
me on
yourself.
5th level.
Your bulk of your upper body is actually preventing you from falling any further down.
Jesus, go. Dumb.
What weapons were you carrying in your hands?
Absolutely none.
Okay, so all your weapons are sort of like hanging on your body in different like sheaths and scabbards and stuff. They're all like pulled up. It's almost like your entire, if you had like a robe or something, it would be like pulled up all around your neck. All your weapons are sort of like up through the hole as you're dangling. You couldn't jump out of the way or anything. What's everyone else doing is you see him literally fall down nearly through the actual the bridge itself.
I think we need some rope.
Yeah.
Gingerly make our way over there.
I've got a
Maybe I should have.
I've got a silk rope and grappling hook.
Silk rope.
In hindsight, I should
Sling it on out
Fancy
there.
McFancy.
Right, so the grappling hook end attaches something, and I'll gingerly make my way across to our friend.
All right, move 1 square at a time. Let me know where you're going.
Right, so
You should probably not take the same path I took.
well, you were okay to that point, so I'll follow his path up to him. That makes sense, wouldn't it?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, what's right? He went this way, this way. Yep,
Yeah, you're good so far.
and it's up to the back. I do need to move out of the square.
It's okay. So you can hear the boards creaking as you're stepping on them, and as you're looking down, they're actively rotten. Like, there's no reason why you're not falling through right now. You can see, of course, there's like massive gaps already, and then the gap of the plank that he stood on and then broke through. But this is a very precarious position you're in right now.
Yep. How long is this rope?
About 50 feet, I believe, right? Whatever the default is.
It's usually 50.
Okay, let's get our friend back. So pass him the rope
Okay.
to hold on.
Is
to.
there anything I can tie it to? On
Well,
the other?
his arms are literally holding him up. So
I
if
thought
he,
he
like,
went
lifts
through
his
it.
arms up or anything like that. I mean, he could like slide right through.
Okay, so can I feed it round his chest?
Yeah.
Yep. So let's do that.
Do you have rope use by chance?
What would that be under attributes?
It'd be under non-weapon proficiencies.
I have rope use.
You could walk him through it, like a decent knot, if you want.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he walks you through like a really good
pretty much-
solid knot that'll hold that he's comfortable with as a sailor.
Cool, that works.
All right.
And then I will gingerly make my way back.
All right. Just let me know 1 square at a time where you're going.
Back here again. Thing. Yep.
You can see through the bridge as you're walking by as it creaks and sort of it's so like sort of rotten. In some places your foot like presses the wood down. You're like, oh.
Yeah, no
Go
looking
to the
this.
next step.
Boink.
All right. So you didn't even realize, but you're actively sweating just from the possibility of falling down to death, doom. And now you have one end of a silk rope and an insanely heavy Minotaur at the other end.
Are there trees behind us so we're not?
There's not. This is all like a rough, rocky terrain area that you're in right now.
Are there boulders?
Yeah, you could find something like that. I mean, with
Like-
your combined strength, everyone, you could carry his weight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
but
it's-
I'd like
we just all
something
grab
extra,
hold
like
and-
a large menhir boulder type thing in the thing that can
Right.
Right.
use
Because,
its leverage.
You can definitely find
Yeah.
something. You're not going to have a whole lot of leverage because he's 30 feet off, and you only have a total of 50 feet. So between it going around the edge of the boulder and then you all trying to grab on to yank him up together, I mean you're sort of at the edge. So let me get a combined. Everyone roll your strength checks. I'm assuming you're trying to pull him up. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
use it so
I
he can
think.
take the weight off him, pull so he can start to extract himself.
Let me
It's not like
put
a-
it into. Let me put it into slight perspective. All of right here is rotted wood. You're pulling me towards rotted. If it breaks, I am turning into a wrecking ball going down.
What we're trying to do is pull so the weight comes off, so as you start to lift yourself, or you can just stay there.
We can
Yeah. I mean, that's
we
an
can try to
option.
anchor it, and you wish
You
to
comfortable?
climb your own way out while we hold fast.
Yeah, they're just trying to give you a little support as well.
I
Emotional.
appreciate that, but I'm also putting into perspective that if they pull that away, I turn into 400+ pound wrecking ball through rotting wood, yanking
He's a
everyone with
wrecking
me.
ball. He's gonna pull you down the chasm. Yeah.
Yes, but you should be able to get your arms underneath yourself easier,
It's true.
I would suppose. And we would be able to leverage you back to safety.
Disperse your weight across the surface so that you don't have
Yeah, it's like
all of your
wrestling.
weight on one foot. Instead, it's just like make like a
Or
slug. Just spread
What you can do
yourself out.
is you can mimic like Artax, and we can all just cry. Your choice.
I mean, the truth is Vozus doesn't have much of a choice what you guys do. So you guys just do what you're gonna do, and we'll see what
yeah.
happens.
Well, also we're all taking the strain. You start to climb
Can I
yourself.
see how well pulling myself out works first before?
We're trying to take some of the weight off you.
Yes, by all
Yes,
means.
We're all firmly grasping
Okay.
the
So if you
rope.
have
You
a
all have
slip,
the rope. Vozus, you're gonna try to lift yourself up. Give me a strength check.
does he get a modifier?
So, I mean, the DC he's reaching for is 15. So he's like reaching up. One of your hands bursts through, and the strength of your body like pulls against the rope. Everyone else, I need your strength checks.
I gave mine already.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, you did?
Because
Oh, I see.
Wait.
Viruna, she got a 16. Hold on.
Looks like we kind of broke even a little.
So Talandril got a 1. Viruna got a 16. Bo got a 13.
I'm really motivated.
Corros got
Oh,
a 11.
Talandril. Wow. That was impressive.
All right. So with your combined strength, especially with Bo's, you guys like hold as he like literally falls through, and he sort of disappears. The rope goes taut, and you just see horns sticking up out of the hole where his upper body once was.
Moses, are you
still-
okay?
So I haven't turned into a
Plugged down?
wrecking ball yet.
No, actually, the bridge in front of you, between you and the rest of the party, seems to be holding your weight. With the rope as it's dangling up around your shoulders, sort of pinching at your armpits, and you're just sort of dangling up like this underneath the bridge.
Am I?
Yeah, you're looking down to a chasm of death, and you're only held by
Do I see
silk.
what? Do I see water?
Stay calm.
You don't see anything at the bottom. It goes to darkness.
I'm gonna spit and see if I hear anything.
So as you're doing that, what is everyone else doing? You're straining, holding as best as you can.
Pull yourself up, you madman.
He's busy spitting, okay? He has priorities.
Moses, if you can hear me,
Look, if you want to see it, but see, that's why we should have brought one of the
Try
bodies
to
with
pull
us.
yourself
That's
up,
the
man.
key
Choose
first.
life. Choose life. All right, so are you guys going to continue pulling, or are you just holding it?
Yeah. I think
Kind of worried about the pulling thing. If we're gonna start ripping into the wood, or he kind of needs to help us out.
Oh, he's got his elbows up, so yes, I suggest
Nope.
we pull.
Okay.
At
Yeah.
this point.
I think if we saw him look like he's going through the bridge, we would probably just reflexively, I would imagine, just, hey, let's hurry up and get him over here.
All right, so give me another strength check.
Yeah, stop it. Let's try.
Good.
Mm.
Not good.
Yep.
Should I roll?
Corros?
Talandril's
I'm-
destroying these strength checks.
Since I am attempting to help pull me out.
Give me 1 second. I want to see Corros' roll.
I just love the fact that you're
It's pretty bad.
spurning or
It's
has
in there,
has to help you.
Your roll is there? I don't see it. The second roll?
You scroll all the way. I thought I did. Yeah, right
You
there.
did one. But
Oh, you want me to do another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
See if I end up
All right.
being by myself holding
So
this.
the
and that.
majority of you are successful. You start actually pulling him up. Your head pops up over. What is your name? Damn it, Vozus. So
Vozus.
go ahead and you can start climbing your way out. Give me another strength check.
Come on, Vozus, you can do it!
All right. So you pull yourself up with everyone else's help. You're able to get on steady, non-rotten wood, but you are right next to the hole that almost killed you. The only thing between you and certain doom is a silk rope and faith in these new companions that you don't even know. You've been traveling with for like 5 days.
But what a 5 days that was.
It's true. It's very true. All right, so you are perched
I'm-
on the wood. What are you guys going to do now?
Can I move away from said rotten hole?
Are you going to take the rope off of you?
I'm going to keep it on me to be safe.
Okay. And where are you going
Vozus,
to
this
move
is your
to?
lifeline.
Will we start walking backwards to keep the rope taut?
So are you headed back toward them or toward the keep?
Toward the key, because I want to poke my head into the entrance
Mm-hmm.
before and see what's on the inside before coming back.
Okay.
How much
So that we're
slack
not
have you
going-
got at this point?
I mean, 10, 20, 30, 40, about 10 feet, unless you guys move up.
You may wish to lie flat.
And the bottom half of the Minotaur do that.
Lie flat?
Like disperse his weight, like you were
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Like,
Make like a bug on a windshield.
Military low
Low
crawl.
crawl, yeah, exactly.
uh,
I remember that. What are you going to do? Hang on with
My
your
elbows hurt
horns,
from that
Pip
one.
says. What's your plan?
Vozus, you're going
Um,
towards deep, is that right?
Yeah.
I am.
I mean, 10 more feet, you guys are going to have to let go of him. Because you're
Yeah.
or move up with him.
I also have a fishing net, so I think
I think you should
what
come
if we
back
tie
this
that on
way
there?
and we'll.
You know?
I was thinking we should try and figure out something to make a path and strengthen our.
Does
But-
no one else have a rope? Only one silk rope?
Perhaps I should have bought 2 hemp ropes.
I carry.
I don't have
Kind of
any
small
items within my equipment, so I don't know what I have or what I don't have.
I have a couple of scrolls, so no.
Okay.
Vozus, don't be a fool here. Come back to safe ground.
Don't be a fool. What do you do, Vozus?
If he carries on, we're going to have to let go because there's no way that we're all staying on that bridge. That's just going to be madness.
Well, I'm imagining we have the grapple hook side, so maybe if he falls, he'll get lucky.
Nah, if we go on that bridge as well with him and he falls, we're all doomed.
Yeah.
The whole point of the rope is to get him back over the side that we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Take a moment and
What you gonna do, Vozus?
You as well.
I thought I left the group, the blunders and the everything. I thought this was the thinking group.
Test it with your foot
Creak.
before you.
You're like sweat's pouring down your head. You come back to dry land. You're like, I never thought I'd be happy to be on dry land again as a sailor. But I love this earth.
Right, we need to figure something out and make a path, either using vines or. Well, it's 10 miles to the forest, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's quite some ways.
like a 1,000-foot drop. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not hard.
Yeah, it's 10 miles to the forest, the tree line. I mean, you can find trees before that, but like the active forest is that far away.
So what I'm thinking is, like, it doesn't have to be wide; it just has to be narrow, like almost like a net rope.
Right.
Serge mentioned he had fishing rope or fishing net, but we don't want to rip it up. What we effectively want to do is make a stable platform that we can lay over and disperse the weight of the bridge.
That was a 60-foot bridge.
Yeah, we're not going to do it all at once. I mean, like, lay it on, walk across, throw it over.
You saw where he walked. He's a heavy person. So if he was able to walk the path that he walked back, then you know that you lighter people can.
Yeah, so
definitely walk it.
we can mark that, but we need to plan ahead, and we need something to disperse the weight, because
Does no one
Do
have
you know
these
what we need?
spells?
we need boulders. That's what we do.
Boulders?
We need to mark a path with boulders
Can you
and
put
get a
boulders
half one.
on it?
You wish to add weight to the bridge?
We need a boulder that's set forward, and if it falls through, then we don't go there.
Oh, I see. You wish to test the bridge with the boulder.
Yes,
That's an interesting idea.
and
I
then
don't necessarily have any spells to assist in this situation, but I suppose we could potentially follow behind the Minotaur.
it's like mind clearance.
Yeah. If I hit it, it won't matter anyway. Or maybe just run as fast as you can. I mean,
Yeah, that worked. Oh yeah, I thought you said this wasn't wildly chaotic.
does anyone have an Acme
Right.
membership? Maybe we can.
So what I'm
I need a
thinking is,
plan.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. So we can mark a path, use a bit of the charcoal, mark a path. We're safe. We need something to test ahead. That's preferably not one of us.
You're right.
So that's why I was thinking of a
Always a good choice.
decent sized boulder. That way, roll it forward.
Yeah. There's definitely enough earth around that you can find a boulder.
Yeah.
And you have two very strong people, so you know they can move it.
So does that make sense?
In a way, it does. It's a pretty cool idea in a way.
Roll
yeah.
forward.
Just-
And then if it disappears, we don't go that way.
The only
Get
problem
another
is
one.
the person pushing it is also sort of at the mercy of, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
This,
that's why we get it the roll. Not a super heavy one, but heavy enough to at least identify the worst
At the
bits.
mercy
yeah,
of
so if you
Newton's
find a
law.
weak part, there goes the boulder
Third
instead
law
of
of
you. Right?
motion.
It's pretty good.
who's gonna push the boulder?
Vozus, you're at the most risk here.
Well,
So here's the thing: we either find a boulder that is this similar weight to everyone else,
or half a weight. Say to you something that sorry, Sirs and Vozus, I'm thinking you two can carry it, hold it between you and roll it comfortably. So when it rolls forward, comes to stop.
Their
If it's-
combined weight is gonna be infinitely more than the boulders. Right. If you get a boulder that's more than their combined weight, then all three of them are at danger.
Is there anything on the far side of the bridge that we could throw the grappling hook onto?
There's a gate, portcullis gate.
Let's just use the grappling hook for what it's intended.
Well, it's 60
okay.
feet away from you. You have 50 feet of rope.
I mean, from as far as we know, was safe for
Oh, I see what you're saying.
for
From Vozus' point,
Vozus. Yes, when Vozus went over, we could go to the same place he got to, and then throw the grappling hook from there, perhaps.
Yeah.
Sirs, you have the grappling hook?
Yes.
Excellent.
Excellent.
Well,
I have a spell that I can tell the rope what to do.
You do. Well, that would be handy.
trying to figure out what rope trick actually does, though,
It's a
DM.
handy trick. A handy
It goes like
rope
you go up like
trick.
a snake charmer and use it.
Let me find the exact spell description.
I've heard of this spell so many times. I've never seen it in a game. This is cool.
So here we go.
You can like make it do something.
187.
I personally quite enjoy using rope trick.
So when it's cast on a rope of 5 to 30 feet long, one end of the rope rises in the air until the entire rope hangs perpendicular as if affixed at the upper end. The upper end is, in fact, fastened to an extra dimensional space. The spellcaster and up to 7 others can climb up the rope and disappear into this place of safety where no creature can find them. The rope can be taken into the extra dimensional space if fewer than 8 persons have climbed it. Otherwise, it simply stays hanging in the air. Spells cannot. So it's
Indian
not
rope trick.
at all what I expected it to be. It's
No.
It's literally just
Into
you
another
hiding in
dimension?
extra dimensional space.
Yeah. That's weird. I mean, it is.
It is.
It's a misnomer.
right.
It is quite fun to use.
Okay, so you say
It
you're
is good for.
It's like a Scooby-Doo trick.
so you say
Like everyone just hides behind the rope and it's gone.
yeah, it is a.
That'll probably come in handy later
just
on. But
climb.
I
Just
wonder
climb
if
up
we
it.
hang, if we hang the caster off the side of the cliff, so that he's so perpendicular would be that way. make the rope.
well, the thing
go.
is, you climb up into the perpendicular extra dimensional space, so it's not like, and it's only up to 30 feet long. So it's not like it's gonna like link to a physical space. It's you
No.
disappearing into extra dimensional space.
So it sounds like if we needed to get away quick, then that's what I would do.
Yeah, hide from a creature coming at you or something.
Yeah.
Like,
So
"Oh,
the
everyone
two
get
of
the rope."
us.
Interesting. And levitation only allows me to go up. I can't go up and over, could I?
I mean, let's look at the description.
Maybe if we push you.
185. All right, with levitate spell, the wizard can place upon his person an object or a single creature subject to a maximum weight limit of 100 pounds per level of experience. If the spell is cast upon it can. So if cast on an object or a creature, that it can levitate it at the same speed according to his command. This spell does not empower horizontal movement, but the recipient could push along the face of a cliff, for example, to move laterally.
Oh,
The
there you go.
spellcaster can cancel the spell as desired if the subject. So yeah, you can literally push someone that's levitated, and they will move.
So what
Yeah, if
we're
nothing
making
else, they
out
won't fall through the
so
bridge.
I can,
100 times.
I can levitate, have the big green man push me, and then I'd float over, and then would I be able to carry the rope over with me?
I mean, yeah, you're just
Yeah.
if you're just casting on yourself and holding the rope, then yeah, it would move with you.
I think you said up to 600 pounds, right? For your.
Well,
For
maximum of 300 pounds. For example, a
Oh.
third level
Oh.
wizard could do
How
300
heavy?
pounds.
That's
So you could do 200 because you're at second level casting bard.
Oh.
So it's 20 yards per
So-
level that you can levitate. So yeah, if you want to cast on yourself, we just need these strong people to like hurl you toward the gate
oh boy.
and hope you don't stop right before you can reach it. And then you're just stuck.
Oh, I know, huh?
Well,
Just
he's got the grappling
swimming in
hook.
open air.
Well, he's got the grappling hook with him, and he can.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's,
Oh,
What are you thinking, Colin?
It's so funny.
well, you're
That sounds
gonna
like a
take,
plan.
yeah, you're going to take a grappling hook with you. So even if you stop short, you can doink.
And I also, I like your idea of dismantling the fishing net to make a little bit more rope, if such a thing is possible.
Well, it's
I
like more
also
spread it, but something that will sit on top of the thing and disperse the weight.
Wait, what?
Almost
So-
like a cargo net, but horizontal.
To sit on top of what? The bridge?
The bridge. But we need something to.
Yeah.
What we need is basically branches, almost make it like a stretcher. Think of like a stretcher.
You need like anchor it on the edges though.
Well, no, not anchor, but what I want to do is straight edges. Think of making the carbonet into a stretcher. We use branches, tough branches, not heavy ones, so that when you set it over the top, it's acting like a cargo net, so we're dispersing the weight.
Yeah, I see.
And then we'll move up to a certain point, and then we'll flip it over to the next.
Right.
That was kind of the idea.
I mean, you guys have a couple different options. You know, I mean, what do you want to do?
I like the weightless.
You like the levitation one?
Yep, that'll get the rope across, so that gives it
I
something
need
else.
to cast that. Is that I cast that on myself, or can I cast that on somebody?
Both. Either or.
Really?
Just an object or another creature.
Cast it on the lizard man and just let's get him over on the other side.
Well, hold on. This says, if cast upon an object or another creature, the wizard can levitate it at the same... Oh, okay, so you just levitate at the speed. Okay, so never mind. Okay, so who are you going to cast it on?
You want to get the lizard man. What do you guys think? Get him over across?
First, because the grappling hook fails.
Very well. If you're confident in your magical ability, I will trust you that far, I suppose.
How much do you weigh? Do you know?
I would imagine a lot, right? From the description you gave me, they're pretty big guys.
Yeah. I think you might weigh more than 200 pounds. Easily.
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
So you're definitely going to have to find someone that's 200 pounds or less. I think the two big characters are out of the question.
Okay, so that's probably going to be Colin. Or me.
You're it. Not it.
All right. I turn around and go, watch this. And then I cast it and I start raising up. Oh! And then I slowly.
Well, you can't move. You can only go up.
Okay.
Vertically.
So before I go up, I turn to the lizard man and how about a gentle nudge in that direction so I can head over there to fasten this rope?
Just remember, it's not as if it's space where you just go forever until you stop. I mean, he has to be able to push you so that you go, you know?
Okay.
Would the two of them not be better? For us answers, they got one...
Well, you can only cast it on one person, unfortunately.
No, I mean, those two throw them, basically.
Oh, I got you.
I suppose it's... help me Irish whip this this bard.
This is so funny.
Good question, Bo. Is your race called Lizard Man or Lizard Folk?
No, it's called Bakali.
Bakali.
It's a Dragonlance specific race.
Oh, you're looking up their weight? I'm sure it's more.
Yeah, I'm looking up their weight. Bakali?
Yeah.
So, Corros, you're currently floating in the air right now?
Yeah, we could shove him right over there. Do we just roll strength?
Yeah. So, if you're going to help Vozus, I just need a strength roll. Otherwise, I need a strength roll from you, sirs.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay. So they grab you. They sort of, I don't even know how you do this. Do you sort of like back and forth and then?
Yeah. I think maybe we'd each get an arm, or like just kind of.
This is arguably the most uncomfortable you've ever been in your entire life, Corros. But they grab you and they throw you across, and you're just skimming over the top of this thing.
I'm just imagining if some bystanders happened to come into the scene at this moment.
Well, I want bystanders to come by and walk across the bridge. It's like...
I just meant like the lizard man and the Minotaur holding this little bard up in the air by his arms,
20,
like
30, 40, 50, 60. So you get about 60 feet, and you sort of like just momentum stops, and you are where you are right now. So what's your plan here?
I think we put a grappling hook at the end of it, didn't we?
No, you've got the grappling hook, so you swing it and...
Okay. Yeah.
you've got the
and then
grappling
pull yourself towards the gate,
This is so
Yeah.
funny.
and then find the button that releases the safe bridge rather than this one.
See an iron
So-
bridge just go shonk.
Um,
That's
Vozus
the
just
proper
has
bridge
like
something.
a rope dangling from him.
Yeah, there's a rope dangling from the grappling hook that Corros is holding.
No, he's only got the grapple.
Okay.
He forgot the rope.
No, so you're there. So what? I mean, you're 15 feet away from the actual gate itself, which is closed. The sun is slowly passing over the sky.
All right. I'm going to try to use that grappling hook and see if I can get it to secure
All right.
in the
Give me a
direction.
ranged attack roll.
A ranged attack roll.
Yeah.
Attack that bridge.
All right. Oh boy.
Do it, Doug.
Ugh.
17. So it clinks against the metal bar, hits the ground, and just sort of lays there. So you can pull it back up and.
All right. Well, let's try that again.
All right.
All right. Here we go. Come on. Big whammy. That might be a little better.
Okay. So you throw it, you're like winding it up. Clink, clink, clink. And it like somehow gets in between the bars of this closed gate. And you can sort of pull it taut. And as you sort of yank on it to pull it taut, you just sort of float toward it. Just from the, physics. Science! So you get up next to the bridge itself. And you've got the grappling hook there. The rope only goes 50 feet. So that's, what is that, 10, 20, 30, 40. So it ends right about around this space right here. So you guys are going to have to
Okay,
walk
so-
up to it to grab it.
That's okay. We'll follow the same path. We'll grab onto the rope, and then we use one at a time,
All right. So who's
gingerly
first?
make our way across.
Who's the lucky
Now
first
we've got
person?
two options here. We can send the heaviest people first, and
This is so funny.
it's either going to work that they find a path, it's okay, or else, and then that leaves it for the lighter people to go afterwards, follow the same way, or else the lighter people go first, give a false sense of security,
Yes, I like that
and
one.
then when the heavy person follows, they think they're stepping on something sturdy and then fall through. Either way, it's going to be fun.
I mean, we're like 40 minutes trying to cross a bridge here. We gotta
Yeah.
do something.
It's kind of scary, so this would be the same in real life. Normally,
It is really scary.
if the woods were closer, we'd just go back and camp for the night and think it over till the morning.
Who's first?
Seriously, to grab the rope and start walking, man.
All
I
right.
just walked.
So that's
You
all right, because
walk
we could
right
follow
across.
the safe path up to about here.
Yeah,
Anyway,
think so.
I mean,
And
with the
anyway,
rope,
here,
you only
yeah.
really get like a straight shot kind of thing. If you're gonna, I mean, you can move it around once you start moving
we
in.
can kind
course.
of veer.
Yeah.
So
So yeah,
look at
you get across,
the-
sirs, without any issue. You can move up
Oh,
right next to
nice.
Corros.
Like right here.
Yeah.
Hey,
Who's next?
all right.
Please, Boris.
Hunter.
What? Who?
Viruna steps forward.
All right,
Grab the
Viruna.
rope.
You grab the rope. You start pulling yourself across. You get to the other side without any problem.
Yes!
Who's next?
Suppose I'll go.
Is that
See it for
Talandril? So Talandril, you get to about this spot, and it falls out underneath you, but you're holding onto the rope, and so you sort of like hold yourself with the rope. Your feet are dangling from the bridge. You can pull yourself up easily with the rope. But now you know there's another hole there. You get back to the gate without any issue. Who's next? Well, the only one person next.
Tis I.
All right, Vozus. Do you
Vozus,
dare go
don't-
back?
Hunter.
All right.
Fight.
So from our traveling, we've been traveling for like 4 or 5 days to get here. So you guys can be fully healed at this point.
Oh, nice.
Because we have a
Fully
cleric
healed? Okay.
who can actively heal people, every single day with the max of her spells and stuff and rememorize them. So just start off with full health right now. But Vozus, you make it across without any issue this time. You sort of watching where everyone else is walking, and you get.
That's a bit of foreshadowing.
Well, no, I just you've been traveling for almost a full week. You should be full health by now, especially with a healer. If it was just your natural, you just have 7 more hit points, but you do have a healer. All right, so you're staring at this gate. On the inside, you see an open courtyard through the gates. You don't see any physical movement or bodies. It looks like on this northern end here, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove this barrier. We have to role play like you can't see inside, even though you're going to be able to see inside. Okay, so just let's use that. So you see that there's a gatehouse right here, right next to the gates that you're standing in front of. The gates are down. There doesn't seem to be any door from the side that you're on, and the walls above you go up well over like 60 feet. So what do you do?
Well, it doesn't
This is a very tall building.
sound like anyone's
I mean, it's a
nearby.
keep. Yeah, you don't hear or see anything. I mean, the crow's circling above, but other than that.
The gate is it's like the type that rises up.
Yeah,
Portcullis,
exactly,
right? Yeah.
Exactly. So there is a bend bars, lift gates strength option. It's a percentile. It should be on your stats. I know, really, Sirs is really the only one that would even have a chance.
How
Yeah.
long does that
Sirs and-
levitation last?
The levitation?
Good.
Well, you're
Yeah,
not
if he's
levitating
still-
right now, right? Oh,
No,
you
no,
mean to throw them up?
No, Corros.
No,
yeah,
no.
if Corros is still levitating, maybe he could go up. You know.
Right.
Or he could levitate the gate, or he could use the levitation to lighten the gate.
Find the
Well, he's already
contraption
cast
to
it, so
open it.
unless he had it memorized more than once, he wouldn't be able to cast it again.
What she did do, didn't he? Because he's sensible.
Because that's a sensible thing to cast more than once. To memorize more than once. So, I mean, you're still levitating, Bard. Corros.
I could probably. I can't get up and over, could I? I could just see through the gates.
Right. You would have to, like, climb walls in order to get
Oh,
all the
that's
way
my
up.
specialty. I like it.
Okay.
Let's do it. I'll
Climb walls,
levitate as
yeah.
far as it can take me, and then
Excuse me.
I'll climb the rest.
Well, give me a climb walls check.
Alrighty. Well, I'm still getting used to this.
So the number that you're looking for, the percentile, is on the far right of the table, on the thief skills table. And you have to roll under that.
Under that,
Yeah, on
so
the D100.
about 75.
Do you have a 75 climb percentage? Dude.
Well, I think when we last left off, he gave me. I had a bunch of points I had to distribute through
Yeah.
my skills,
Yeah.
and that was one of them.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Climb up.
I got to roll under it, right? Oh god.
Unbelievable.
So how would I fall if I'm still levitating?
Well, you
kinda
don't fall. You don't. You're levitating, but you're like doing your best to climb up, but there's no real hand
I'm
grips.
supposed to be the best climber.
Well, it's just, I mean, it's a sheer keep exterior. You
Got
know,
it.
this is meant to keep people out. So it's
Can
just,
I try again, or
well, not really. I mean, the whole premise is whether you can or can't. So you're doing your best to like sort of grab yourself and like you could pull yourself to the top of the portcullis, right?
Okay.
And you'll stay at that level. But as you try to scale the wall above that, you can't find any holds to pull yourself up. It's just
Okay.
so sheer. And with your experience, you know you could if it was possible. And so as far as your personal experience goes, you're like, I can't climb this at all. It's impossible.
oh boy,
When you have a long pole, you want to push him up 60 feet.
Oh yeah, can we do the old boost?
I mean, he's
on
already...
under his foot.
Right now, he's about 15 feet above you all right now.
Oh man. All right. Well, I'd hope not to have to make our first impression on the Lord by breaking his gate, but
I
Do you
mean,
think you'd be able to lift this gate? There's
That may be a better idea if I can try. Or you said it was on the sheet as under.
it should be under your ability scores.
You don't have to lift up fully. One of us just has to get underneath.
Yeah. So under attributes, under strength, it shows Ben Bar's lift gate is 30%. So are you trying to bend or lift?
Oh, lift.
All right, so roll a d100 and get under 30. Ah, yeah, it is heavy. You're just like straining. Your tail is like thumping on the ground, trying to push you up. You're just like, ah! Veins are popping out of your neck. Blood vessels are popping in your eyes, and you just cannot lift this thing. All right, good adventure, everyone. We can't get in. Have a good night.
Oh, we tried.
Tip your waitresses. All right, what are you going to do?
Can I try open locks to see if there's a mechanism? There's going to be some sort of...
Well, the mechanism is actually up inside the gatehouse.
But there might be something secret on the outside, just in case.
You can try.
Somebody...
Oh,
No, man. Oh, look, you know. You never know.
Well, I do.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I couldn't find it.
Yeah. As you're
Probably.
looking around, I mean, it does look like a typical, gatehouse. Like there's going to be like a winch on the other side in the gatehouse to lift and lower. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff for this.
There's no doorbell, is there?
Avon calling. No,
Ring,
there's no
ring
doorbell.
doorbell.
Like a bell to rattle. Clink, 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 clink. No, you're not seeing anything except for the closed gate.
Would I
Wind
be
is-
able to climb up and bend the bars?
If you want to give a Ben Bars check, you can. What's your strength? 15? So
15.
You have a 7% chance of lifting this. If you lift this,
I don't
I'm
understand
going
why
to
these
buy
both
you
didn't
a
work
beer.
together.
I also... Wait, would I need to climb up to bend it, or...
are you, well, I don't understand. Are you trying to bend it or are you trying to lift it? The effect will be the same, but it's going to leave a mark if you're trying to just like bend open the bars themselves. It's the same difficulty is what I'm saying. What are you going to try?
Is there an option to
I'll bend it.
help each other, like team up somehow to help
That's
each
what I
other?
was wondering.
have a better
Well, there's
chance?
no real. I mean, this isn't really like 5th edition where it's like
Okay.
assisting or anything like that. In this particular case, you already tried and you were incapable, and so we just got to let him give it a go. So roll the d100 and get under 7%. It'd be amazing if you get it.
After 100...
Bard, do you have a song of strength?
Ah, yeah. So you're trying to bend it with
21.
all your strength, and it's steel bars. I mean, it's really, really impossible to do it.
Well, with the strength of this gate and the weakness of that bridge, this seems a safe place to camp. I found a bright side, I think.
Is it getting dark already?
I mean, you guys have only
Uh,
been doing this for like 20, 30 minutes at this point.
What if both Lizard Man and Minotaur Man lift a gate?
Lizard Man and Minotaur Man. So you're going to have to wait a little while because you've already tried and failed, which, ostensibly means you cannot do it. So if you want to wait around for like an hour, I'll let you give it another shot. You guys want to
We're
do that?
not walking back and forward over that drawbridge. That's just inviting trouble.
Yeah.
Perhaps-
Yeah.
Perhaps with our strength combined, we could force one of our skinnier members through the bars.
So ultimately, with both of you working together, it would be a 37% chance instead of the 30. And I would need you to only have one person roll, but you get to combine your percentages to do it. So, do you want to try that?
Let's do that. But you seem to have been getting better rolls than I, so I'll let you roll.
All right, on, man. Look at
Notice that,
those
did you?
No pressure. Alright, so you have
Right.
a 37% chance of... You're trying to bend the bars now? Is that what you said?
No, lift it up.
Still lift if it's the
Okay.
same, yeah.
All right, 37%.
So with that, hold on. With that, if I jumped on and helped, there's another 10%.
Wait, you have a 16 strength?
Not 10 strength.
Oh, no. So at 10 strength, you have a 2%. So
With
yeah,
That,
yeah. We'll let that go. So
Hey, how about
30,
this? Just because I think it would be funnier.
39,
What if we,
the three
what
of
if
you
we
helping?
each grab a bar and pull out, right, bending bars, and while trying to shove him through.
What?
You know?
Hey, are you
Like
lifting
trying
or
to-
bending
That's
now?
going to be less successful than
Oh,
if you
yeah?
all
Oh,
just
okay.
a side-by-side lifting. Just like
All right.
crush his skull into the gap between the bars. It's not good. Like that X-Men
Hey.
movie. Squeeze him through. Who's the daintiest person? Maybe you can just fit through the bars. All right, so you have a 39% chance now with the three of you working together.
Yeah, you should roll it, Talandril.
no, I don't roll dice when it's important. That's not a good idea. Trust me.
Wait,
History has
Colin, hear me out. Colin, hear me out.
Mhm.
Hear me out. You're infamous for rolling low,
Yes, but I've been rolling high this campaign.
but
His curse does
But
not
in
matter.
this-
It's always in the negative.
Trust me, I got excited the first couple of rolls, then realized what happened.
All right, who's gonna roll? Come on.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna give you like
39.
a 20. Let's have a 26 right here. Let's see. Did it do it? Oh,
Oh, my God.
oh man.
All right, just
I-
jump in the rift. Can't get in.
All right.
Come on, I
What are
refuse to end our lives this way. So, sorry, Adam, did you say we could see the gatehouse through the gate?
Yeah, I mean it's right here.
I have one last thing that I can try here, guys. That
Hmm.
might just open it, and I finally found it. I'm gonna cast knock on the door on the gate. God.
What does that do?
Someone needs
Bard,
to
you are full of surprises.
bitch slap our bard. That could have helped us a long time ago. More than an hour.
Sorry, I was
ago.
busy playing tunes and trying to keep the group inspired. In between riffs, in between songs.
All right, so
my-
make sure you're marking off the spells you're using. You
Yeah,
cast
there's-
knock, and the
Yes.
gates slowly glide up and open.
What? That's what that does?
Yeah. And
Okay, so Veruna's gonna cautiously make her way through the gate.
Let's remember that one. That was a good one.
Sorry. Alright.
I think we'll go to the gatehouse. That seems somewhere nice and secure.
all right. So you go to the gatehouse. The door itself seems to be locked. You should have the skills necessary, perhaps, to open it.
Okay, let me have a go at that.
Remember what the old woman said. This
Or not.
place
Yep.
may be infested
Yep,
with
see?
the dead.
Gabriel, look. It still happens.
So you're trying your best, and it doesn't look like it's trapped or protected in any way, but you just can't figure the lock out. It just doesn't work.
Strange.
So that's 6 rounds of you trying to open it. It's not working. What's everyone else doing while he's doing that?
Just inspecting the interior.
So you
of
see
this
there's a
courtyard.
door that's closed here, double doors that are open here, and the courtyard goes around to the north and to the southeast.
do I, on the guardhouse, do I see any little openings that are able to be climbed through?
Climb through. You do see it doesn't show any windows or anything here on this, but there would be some sort of there'd be some sort of window or shutters or something, yeah.
Would it be big enough for a Minotaur?
No, I mean, maybe for someone a little smaller than you, but you could definitely try to bust it open. Thing is,
I will
okay,
climb up
I guess
and-
I'm curious about motivations here. Are you
'Cause we
guys
already
trying
got
to
the
find Lord
gate
Soth
open.
to like ask him to like help you? Or are you trying to just bust in and raid the place? Like what's your goals here?
I think our goal is
get
to find
back
him to see if
to-
he'll help, right?
So would it be
To get back to
a good idea to bust
where
through
we
his place, or like what's your thinking?
Okay, what sort of time is it? Because remember Magda's warning about not being out in the open at night.
Yeah. So you're looking at the sun is going down. It's not dusk or anything. You figure you can't see the sun from where you are, but then again the walls go up like 60 feet. So you're cast in shade and darkness right now, but you do see the lightness of the sky up above you. It doesn't look like you're close to nighttime yet, but it's getting there.
Thing is, this place looks abandoned.
Yeah, it does.
So I want to, personally, I'm thinking a small room close by that we just hole up in or retreat to.
Does anyone
Yeah,
else?
I'll figure this place out.
I see some doors down on this side of the courtyard. Let's go test them out.
There are some open doors just over there. I'll go with whoever that is.
So
Take a look.
Viruna's heading towards these open doors. So is Sirs. Are the rest of you going? What are you guys doing?
Do the same, we'll stay together.
Okay.
Makes
Vozus,
sense.
Corros,
Yes.
movie tunes. Let me know who's going in the doors first.
Remember, we come in peace. Let's not make ourselves enemies by vandalizing or stealing anything.
Right. We need to be very careful here. We don't know anything about this place still.
Yeah, that's why I suggest we find a small room.
as we were trying to bend bars
Corros, are you moving your character over?
not even a day
Yeah,
ago.
sorry, 1 second.
All right, so Sirs, are you going in first?
Yeah, I think so. He'll at least poke his head in and then do the old velociraptor look around.
Mushy straw covers the floor a foot deep. Mangy-looking mice and other vermin scurry through it. Here and there, the straw is blackened, as if several small fires have burned here. The smell of smoke hangs in the air. Pegs on the walls hold ropes, bridles, and other riding gear. Along one side of the wall of this room, you see a line of 9 doors. Judging by their design, they open onto horse stalls. One stall seems to be occupied. Its door gives off faint thumps, as if a horse were kicking it weakly. Then a high whinny splits the air. It sounds like the horse is in pain. And that's coming from near the very end.
Well, someone is here.
So Viruna's entering this room as well. And
So you see the same thing.
I hesitate to open the stall for fear that his horse may flee.
Should we close these doors first?
Yeah. Let's hide our tracks.
So you see 2 closed doors to the north, one on the west and east side. So you close the doors behind you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we going to investigate that then?
It sounds like it's in pain, you say? I guess.
I mean, it just sounds like a horse in distress almost, like thumping against stuff.
yeah, so Viruna's going to go straight to the horse.
I'd stop you.
Yes.
Sounds like it's coming
What
from
is it?
this space over here.
Hey, we should probably proceed with caution. We're warned of the dangers of the dead, and that what we may think that may be a horse in distress, that may be something that's wants to get out and cause distress to who let it out.
It could be. But if there's an animal in a place like this, we should definitely check it out.
You sure it's an animal?
I guess there's only one way to find out.
Does anyone have
Corros
detect stuff?
speaks wisely. Nothing in this place seems to be what it initially seems.
Let's leave it be for now, and we'll come back.
plan?
So
What stall?
go-
What stall is it? That's
It sounds
That's
like it's in
20.
this area over here.
is it? Now these doors are shut and we can't see through the stalls, or can we see through the stalls? Just a gate.
You cannot see through the stalls.
Well, if he's stalled his horse here, then I imagine this door here may be
The
the one.
thumping is getting louder and louder. Just it's rattling on the hinges. It is clearly this door. It is.
I suggest we clear out of this place before it breaks free. I do not wish to kill his horse.
Just then the door bursts open.
I'll be right there.
Oh no.
I need fear checks from everyone, please. As this
Right.
creature from your very nightmares comes leaping outside, flames kissing all around its hooves and face.
How do we do a fear check?
So it's a paralyzation.
The info paralyzation. Oh no.
Where's that under at?
And it's on the info tracker
Okay.
All right.
on the right side.
Paralyzation, huh?
No, you shouldn't have messed with me.
Oh,
All right, so
Oh
only
my
two of you.
Lord.
Did Vozus say he had to go for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm gonna roll for him really quick. Alright, saving throw paralyzation. Success. Nope, that's you. Submit. Failed. Okay. So everyone that failed is feared, and you have to run away. You have a 50% chance of dropping everything you have in your hands. So, for Bo, you drop everything in your hands. For Talandril, you don't. For Corros, you don't. Alright. So you see this creature straight up out of a horror film. This is a monster of a creature. It looks like a horse, but this sort of extra dimensional creature, as it bursts out of the stable, it's not actually on the ground. It's leaping into the air, and it's running as if in the air. I need initiatives from everyone, please. So D10. Oh, hold on. Before we do initiatives, of course, I got to find out what you guys are going to do. So let's roll surprise. Those of you who are feared, you don't get an initiative roll. You already. The reaction is that you're going to be running. So for those of you who made the save, let's see, Viruna, what's your plan here? You see this otherworldly, hellish horse creature leap out. What are you going to do? What's your plan?
My plan is to cast Hold Animal on it.
Interesting. Okay. What's the casting time of that spell?
6 rounds.
Well, that's duration, right?
No.
It takes you
The
6
duration
rounds to
is...
cast it?
Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell.
That's
So the
brutal.
duration is 2 rounds per level.
What? That doesn't seem like it's worth it at all.
It doesn't?
Right, hold on. It's hold animal?
Yes.
You could train it to sit still in that amount of time.
Casting time is 6, so not 6 rounds, 6 segments. Okay, so you're just going to add 6 to whatever you roll on the D10,
Okay.
and that's going to be your initiative, just keep that in mind. Who else saved? Corros, what's your plan?
boy. Okay, I look at the cleric. I'm like, told you. So, oh shoot. Probably gonna have to do some. I don't know if I'm gonna. I'll magic missile.
Okay, what's the casting time on that?
I think it's 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, so make sure you add that to your initiative. So let's go ahead and select your characters, roll your initiative. Those of you, Corros, Gabriel, and all the other who are feared, just give me a D10 roll, and that's when you're going to act. And because you're feared, you
My
have to
character's
run.
not on the board.
What the hell happened to your character? What happened to your character? It was on the board, wasn't
I
it?
don't know.
Yeah, I thought he came in here with us.
He's right here.
What happened? You
I don't know.
sons
I
of...
went.
Alright, let me find your character.
I'm at a 5.
Is he under the nightmare? Or no, we would see him, I guess.
Alright. I'm trying to find your character. Give me a second.
Did you see my initiative? I'm not sure if it went through.
All right. Let's see. I do not see your initiative. All right. So, Talandril, what was your D10 roll? I see it now. There's a 10. And Viruna.
So mine's got a +6, right? So 12.
Yeah. So you got a 12. Vozus, what's your D10 roll? 2. Nice roll. Sirs, what was your roll?
8.
8. And then last but not least, Corros, what was your roll?
I rolled a 4, and with the I would be at a 5 for what I want to do.
Okay. Okay, so we're starting with Vozus. You failed. I rolled your fear check. You failed it, so you have to run as far and fast away from this nightmare as possible. You have a door right next to you that's closed. You know there's a door that you can open over here to the west. So I'm going to let you choose whether you try to bolt to the door that's north of you or to the door that's to the west, because both of them are out of the way of this creature. It is terrifying to watch.
This way is closer.
Yeah.
That would be
So
the
each of
more
these squares is
logical
10.
reason.
So you go up and you're like rattling out the door. Are you going to try to open it?
I will try to open it.
Okay, so for your turn, you run to the door. You open the door. It does open freely, and you see a hallway in front of you. Those are the actions that you can take at this point. Corros, you see a door open behind you. Did you make your save? You did. And you were going to cast the magic missile. Okay, so you cast magic missile at this creature?
Yes.
So it's 5d4 plus 5 damage.
All right. 5d4.
$11 damage.
16.
I'm showing 11. Oh, plus 5.
Oh, it's a
I got you. 16. Okay, so you see these magical bursts of fucking magic smack against this creature and just rears up on its hind legs in midair, fire coming off of its hooves and out of its mouth, just screaming out, completely pissed off. Sirs, you see an open door right next to you?
Yeah, Sirs sees that open door and books it. Everyone clear out!
You don't even have the sensibility to say anything. You're terrified at this point. You have to run.
Okay.
So you see an open door. You shove past
All right.
Vozus. Once you get into the hall, what
Yeah,
direction
I
are you
don't-
running?
I don't know why. I'm just kind of automatic doing this. I don't know. Let me know if that's wrong or whatever, but I don't know.
So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Are you going to stop there? Once you're out of sight line of the creature, you can sort of start to regain your sensibilities.
Oh, really? Oh, then yeah, I wouldn't go too far then if that's the case. If he's able to regain enough composure to not put himself at further risk, I think he maybe stop.
Okay. So you get there, your back's up against the wall, you're just like, oh my gosh, what the hell was that? Like freaking out. This creature, well, the closest person is, who is this? Corros. You just see it breathe out this mist that sort of rolls and tumbles out of its mouth. I need you to give me a paralyzation save, please.
Okay. Get used to this. Paralyzation. All right. Oh.
So this mist sort of envelops you, and you feel almost like your entire joints, all your motion in your body is stiffening, and you have a -2 to your attack and damage rolls for 3 rounds.
Oh boy.
Everything's just stiff. It's almost like frozen or something, but not quite. And this mist just sort of hangs in the air in front of him all the way to you. Then you see it like turn and just, oops. What's its movement here? 15, 150. That's, what is that? 75. So that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. And it starts kicking at this door. Talandril, did you save?
I did not. So
So as
that's
it's running
here.
toward you, you're just like, ah!
So I'm running after Big Lizard Man.
Yeah, for sure. So you have 120
Well,
movement, right? And each of these are 10 squares, 10-foot squares.
20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So I can get about here. Just like,
As soon as you're out, you're just like, oh, your heart is bumping, your adrenaline is flooding your system. That was the scariest thing you've ever seen in your entire life.
what is this madness?
Viruna, did you save? You were going to cast something, right?
Yeah, I was gonna cast Hold Animal.
Right. So
Now-
it goes off. So what's the description of that? That means
That
you can hold one
says-
fire rigid. It lasts for 2 rounds per caster level. And your 3rd caster
And
level?
level 6. Oh,
With this
no,
spell
I'm
level you can
a
cast.
6 caster level.
So let's say 12 rounds. Each animal gets a saving throw. If only one subject is of the spell, it has a -4 on its roll. So it's a -4 saving throw. All right, let's see. Where's saving throws? Excuse me. D20. Nope. Runs up to the door. It's batching at the door. Your spell goes off, and it just sort of stops. And it's just held
The
in
horse
place.
creature stops?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you?
Do
It
do I
can't
get some
move. So
movement
who
still?
else? Vozus, you were feared, so you would follow the other guys out the room. Just trying to get as far away from this creature as possible.
Absolutely. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90,
I mean, once you're
100.
out of sight, you can pretty much stop. But if you want to go your full movement, you're more than welcome to do
Get me the hell away.
that. Corros. So you had started the round. Now you see her spell goes off and the creature stops in midair and in mid kick against the door.
So you held it?
Yeah.
The beast has been held.
And it clearly looks like it's trying to get away.
Really?
I mean, it's moving away. From
Okay.
you guys. I mean,
I think it'll probably just the emotion need to come over to my direction. These guys are running away.
yeah, they're
Why don't we check-
terrified.
Why don't we investigate that stall where that came out of?
Well, this is clearly a magical beast. Like, this is not a mundane horse. It literally, its hooves are made of fire. It has fire coming out of its mouth. I mean, it's like a... You've never run into it before, but it's a magical creature.
Okay.
Close the doors and seal it in before it regains its wits.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea.
Am I able to move even though I just cast the spell?
I mean,
Do not look at it.
how many rounds did you say it's 12 rounds? So 12 rounds times 6 seconds. That's what? 72, so that's a minute.
Seconds.
And over, under 2 minutes
Yeah,
you have
12
to
seconds.
choose to do something before it gets back active. I don't think you're going to be able to move it all the way to its stall in 2 minutes.
No, I didn't want to go to its stall. I'm running out into the hall where everybody else went.
Oh.
Sorry, Corros.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. You can do that in 6 seconds.
Okay.
What are you going to do,
Yeah.
Corros? While everyone else is
I'm helping.
calming down. You're helping? What do you mean?
Oh, I thought you needed help, Clark. So no, let's go ahead and I wanted to check that stall where it came out of. I mean, is there...
You can go to the stall if you want. It's this stall right here.
How much time he said we have?
Under a minute.
But it's heading out anyway. Well, it was. I'm going to go into...
Why do you remain? Have you a death wish?
I kind of like, I'm not the one who's running. But I didn't say anything, though. It's kind of like, as my back is to you and I hear you talking, and I'm like, okay. Smart ass as I am sometimes. So that came out of that stall. I'm going to take a look in that stall here and see.
It looks like a normal horse's stall.
Normal stall, huh?
Yeah. You see these burn marks in the ground, and just seeing its hooves were made of fire, that makes logical sense that it would, anywhere it steps would have burn marks.
Okay. All right. There's nothing in here that special really intrigues me or
Nothing.
what would keep that horse in here.
Just the door being closed was what was keeping it in.
Huh. Interesting. All right. I'll go ahead and I'll work my way out.
Okay. The horse, you guys, as you go through the door, do you close that door or you keep it open or what?
I closed the door behind me, yes.
You hear bashing of hooves on a door and then a splintering sound and just clomping into the distance of hooves. Okay. So that was a literally the horse was called a nightmare. And it was just trying to get away. It was locked in that stall for too long. So now that you guys are inside the keep, where do you go? What do you do? What's up?
Well, let's regroup.
Take a moment, compose myself. What the on earth was that? This place is getting more insane by the moment.
So
I am
everyone
not
okay?
with this.
We got a lot of doors, a lot of rooms. The thing I love about dungeons is leave nothing unchecked, but I understand.
Well, suppose we'll start with this one.
Sure. Let's get out of the party first, guys.
You're out of the frying pan and into the fire in this place.
Into something. You're into the keep. You're in the Negragaard keep. So Vozus, are you staying up there? What's your plan?
Move over here.
Dude, he will run you through. That's a huge insult. All right, the party is split. What is the lizard and the Minotaur doing?
You want to keep heading upwards?
Guys, keep the group together.
You know, in
Need to
every
find Lord
horror
Soth.
movie ever, this never works.
No, it doesn't.
You're going to go to the basement next, and then you're going to read from the book by the human
Yeah.
flesh. With blood.
Don't read
No.
any books.
You're going to read them out loud as well, aren't you?
That beast is that way. I'm going this
What you see,
way.
the goal is to read the Necronomicon.
So I'm gonna move on. Hey guys, that horse has been dispatched. It's gone.
Yeah, it's nearly nighttime. I'm thinking we need somewhere to hold up.
Yeah.
Not wandering around
There's
corridors.
people in here that look safe that we can hold up.
So what do you
I'm
use?
going
That's
to
not a bad
open up.
idea. We may wish to try some of these
I'm going to
doors.
open up this door.
Okay. So you open up the door. Inside, you see what is a kitchen. It has all of the accoutrements of a kitchen, except that it is completely covered in dust. You don't see any disturbances on the floor, except for maybe some sort of rat marks or something going up into the walls. I mean, the entire thing, cobwebs are hanging down from the pots that are hanging on this wooden rafter that's hanging from the ceiling. It looks like this kitchen hasn't been used ever in all of time. I mean, it's just completely rotten and dusty. All the tables have like this furry mold going across the top of them. The wood looks infinitely worse than the drawbridge that you just crossed. I mean, it just looks like a nasty, dark, disgusting place.
All right. I'm looking for somewhere to hold up for the night, so maybe this one.
So you open this door up. The state of the room is the same. And as you start looking through these two rooms and you start looking down, you can see that the level of dust on this ground is actually the same as in all these rooms. And your footprint seems to be the only thing that's been disturbing the hallway thus far. As you look into this room, it looks like it was once a pantry. What was once food is now tiny lumps of shriveled mold, sort of just sitting on rotten shelves all around. You see these tubs with sort of like wax seals over the top of them, these sort of ceramic containers along the walls and stuff. But it looks like it could ostensibly just be a pantry.
I'm looking. Don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm looking for somewhere less moldy that we could just set up a camp and close the door behind us.
Right.
Do we?
Yeah, we should find somewhere more pleasant to
Yeah,
get
just
some
less.
good rest.
So what is this? A corridor?
Yeah.
This kitchen seems fine, just a little dust.
Was there?
I
any?
am going to open up this door.
Okay. You open up the door, and it looks like there's sort of closets all along the walls and sort of separating the space. It's pretty dark in there, but it looks like there's some sort of like racks that you could hang coats and stuff on. As soon as you open it, you see this visage that is going to potentially terrify you. Give me a second. This fading presence that is see-through, just sort of floating in the air. And as you open the door and your eyes are adjusting to the room, trying to figure out what it is, you suddenly realize that there's this spectral entity. And immediately this wave of fear runs across you. So I need... Let's see, the only person that possibly is going to see it at this point is going to be you, Vozus. So give me a fear check here. Basically, it's going to be a paralysis check. Oh, it's spells. I'm sorry, spells. Sorry, ignore that. Save versus spell.
Save versus spell. There. Oh, it's at the very bottom.
So you immediately open the door, you see this presence, and this wave hits you of this floating entity, and you are immediately terrified. Just like, and the only thing you can think of doing is running and getting as far away from it as possible. This is going to be an effect on you.
Is it another one?
8 rounds. So keep that in mind before we go on.
Can I shut the door and
You can't do
go
anything.
away?
You're not You definitely can run away, but you can't shut the door. The only thing you're thinking of, and you're lucky you don't even drop anything out of your hands, is just to run. That's the only thing in your mind. This is terrifying. You have to get out of here. So what direction are you running, and where are you going? No one else has seen this,
I'm
so
not
you
gonna
just open the door and you're like, oh, and immediately start running.
Oh, hell no.
Us again. uh,
Okay. So this is where we're going to pick up initiative. You guys see your friend running away for apparently no reason you don't know, but just from what you've experienced thus far. I need some choices. What are you guys planning on doing?
I think Serge is just gonna assume it's another of those beasts. He
Like a
won't want to
horse
look at it, so
inside?
he'll go like this and try to reach in and close the door before it gets there.
So that's your plan. So just give me a regular initiative roll for you.
Okay.
Viruna, what is your plan? You see your friend open a door, run away. What do you do? What's your plan on doing?
Vozus, can you hear me? I'm gonna slowly edge.
Well, before
closer
you go,
towards-
because we're setting up initiative here.
Right.
So
Okay.
I just want to know what your plan to do is.
I'm not gonna be moving anywhere necessarily, but I'm just gonna be trying to call out to him.
Okay. So just give me a straight D10 initiative roll. Sirs, what'd you get?
I was looking for a button. I just
Six?
D10 like this. A 1.
Oh, Viruna got a 6. You got a 1. Okay. Let me add Viruna really quick. All right, and Talandril, what's your plan? What you see this happening? I can't hear you. Are you talking?
must be on mute.
Apologies, I'm on mute. I'm like, everybody in here.
So you're calling everyone back? Give me a straight D10 roll.
I just did.
Talandril is 2. Okay. And then who else? We've got Corros. You're at the end of the hall. You see all this happening.
I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, God damn it, Cal. All right. It's always moving.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see here. I'm gonna cover the back end. I see Colin's character. Are you telling folks to
This
go
is
into-
go in this kitchen. So
Yeah, I
close
mean,
door
right
behind
now,
us.
no one's done anything. We're just trying to figure out
All
what
right,
you're
I'm gonna
gonna
ready a magic missile, and then I'm gonna.
So is your plan, if something
Actually, no.
exits this door?
Nah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna inspire the group. I'm getting ready. This time I'm gonna use a +1 for saving throws.
So you need 3 rounds before it takes effect before battle, right?
Yes. So, am I in battle? I'm just seeing commotion.
We're about to get an initiative, so you're not going to have time to do that fully.
No. Oh,
It
shit.
won't happen before we're in battle.
All right. I will. Then ready a magic missile.
So just so you know, you can't ready anything unless you see it. So if you see something, you can say, I'm going to cast a magic missile at that thing, but you can't prepare a spell before you see what you're going to cast.
So then I will cast the spell whatever comes out of the door.
But my point is, you can't do that until you see something.
Oh,
Spells
that's-
are so time-consuming and difficult that you have to literally see what you're going to cast at before you can start casting.
Got it. Okay. Well, I guess we're going through that door. So
So
I'll open it.
don't move yet. I mean, if your plan is to move to go through the door, then just give me a straight D10 roll.
Okay. All right. I am rolling.
It's okay, Gabriel. I understand, man.
2.
Thanks for joining. Have a good one.
See ya, bud.
Figure.
That's it.
Sirs, can you play his character since he's also a tank like you? You can play
Sure.
his character. You can do it. You got this.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm gonna arrange it. Now you've all said what you're gonna do, so we have to stick to that. So, Sirs, you're up.
All right. Closing that door with the.
So you move up and you
gaze
close
averted?
the door. You're not even looking inside or anything.
No, I just want to see that thing again.
So as soon as you go up to the door, the wave of fear hits you, whether you see it or not.
Oh.
It's just a magical spell. So I need you to save versus magic.
Okay.
All right, that's your choice. So you immediately start
Ah.
bolting. What direction are you going in?
Wait for me! Yeah, running after the.
All right, so you guys see Sirs bolt off around the corner. Talandril, you were gonna call out to everyone to come in the door.
Like, quick, hide in here, and then I bounce in. To the
So
kitchen.
you open that door, and as soon as you, what door is that? That's
That was
the
the
kitchen.
kitchen.
You already opened it. Okay.
Yes.
So you go inside the kitchen. Corros, your plan was to go open that door and go in the kitchen too?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello. I'm strumming my instrument.
Tuning up. Ding, 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 ding.
That's so
Happy.
funny.
Everybody's running. And don't
All
want
right, so
but
let me see.
the two in this room are happy.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at stats here. Okay, so it's the Banshee's turn. So it literally moves through the wall, and
Oh,
it
dear.
looks down at Viruna.
Turn
So
it
let's see,
down.
what's the speed? Movement's 50, so that's 150, so that's what is that, 75? So 10, 20, 30, 40. So it moves up to you, and you see it just reach out to you, Viruna, just, "Ah!" and its hands go to pass through you. Your armor class is 4.
4.
What's that go? Okay, so it needs a 9 to hit you. And it does not make it, so it moves its hands out toward you, and you're just like, no, 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 like leaning back, sort of getting out of the way of its ghostly hands as it reaches, leering toward you. All right, so what was your plan to do?
Well, I was gonna shout out to Vozus, see what he saw, but now that I have encountered
Yes, you're like,
Turn
so
it.
you're like, what did you say? Oh, no.
Turn it.
So the best you can do
So-
at this point, because turning is a full turn, the best that you can do, because you already planned to do something else, well, speaking doesn't cost you anything. If that's what you want to do this turn, you can.
yes.
Do you want to try to turn
You
it?
guys, it's a ghostly specter. It's in the hall.
So turning undead, basically you look at the turn undead table and you have to roll over whatever this qualifies as. You've never encountered this before, so I'm not going to tip my hat, but go ahead and roll a d20. And you bear out your holy symbol. You call out to Mishakal to give you the strength to banish this spirit back to the nether world, and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Sirs, you
Yeah.
are terrified for... Let me see, I checked on on Vozus's was 6 rounds, so he's at 5 rounds now. You... Wait, do I have him in the queue? I don't. Ugh. I'm going to add him right now. He's at 2. He would have just kept running because he was still under the effect. Right now we are at Viruna. Viruna was at the bottom of the line. So Sirs is at the very top. Sorry guys, give me a second to get back to it. There. Okay. So, Sirs, you're feared for its... Each hero must save her spells or flee for 1d10 rounds. So it's for 7, so 1 longer than Vozus.
Oh,
So
man.
there's nothing that will
Alright.
make you turn around for another 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Talandril, you're inside the room. You hear sort of screaming. You hear Viruna calling out to Mishakal for aid. What do you do?
I'm not moving. I'm standing here. It's like,
Okay.
that doesn't sound pleasant.
Well, I also, I'll let you guys know if you're within earshot that there's a specter
Yeah,
out
I heard
here.
ghostly spectre, and then I heard praying, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting involved in that.
You know specters can go through walls, right?
But it didn't.
Alright, Corros,
Know
what do you do?
I just know that it didn't see me. I'm hiding.
Motion going out with the cleric. Saying the power of Christ compels you, that type of stuff.
Mishakal.
Wait, did you say you're going
yeah.
out with the cleric? Where do you go?
I am. I'm going to step out and kind of want to see what the hell's going on now.
You see this floating, misty form in front of the cleric, like right in front of it.
God, does it ever end? All right.
Welcome to Ravenloft.
Yes, I tell her to duck. I'm gonna go ahead and release my missiles.
Okay, so moving is going to prevent you. I mean, you have to take your full... Well, no, it's only one casting time, so you can go out the door. So you're like, get down! And you start casting. It's 5d4 plus 5.
Yes.
So go ahead and give me the 5d4 plus 5.
Here
And I
we
need
are.
to see what kind of an attack that is. Let's
15. Magic missile is sphere.
Well, no, I mean, cold or electricity or, stuff like that.
Oh,
Let's see.
damn it! It doesn't say.
I'll find it really quick.
Wouldn't it be
So 176.
impact?
It doesn't say. It's just magical energy, so that it doesn't really matter. Okay,
Yeah.
so 5d4 plus 5, you got a 15 total?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. So you see the blast of the magic missile strike it, and so it actually like dissipates within the sort of entity itself, and you see this screaming and crying out as if a female voice. Visually, it looks like it's this delicate elven form, like physical form, except it's a ghost. It's just sort of floating above the ground and stuff, but it's screaming out. Let's see, where's the hit points? Okay. So you blast it. Vozus is feared. He has 4 more rounds of being feared. The Banshee's turn. It strikes out at Viruna. Thaco is 13. You're a 4, so it's a 9 or above. So it strikes you. You take... Where's damage? Come on, 1d8. So you take 5 damage as it cuts through you. Its hand's literally going through you. It feels like it's tearing out your soul as it passes through your body. And just pain is just... where's the...
5 damage?
Yeah, 5. It's not the end of the world. But I swear there was like a... Oh, that's the Deathly Well. Okay. Gotcha. So, okay. Gotcha.
I'm just
Okay.
picturing Sirs and Vozus
So, Viruna, it's your
somewhere
turn.
in the corner, huddled up like Shaggy and Scooby, like, oh.
Yeah, like, "Ooh, you guys goose next. This is terrifying. Zoinks! All right, so Viruna, what do you do?
Okay. I don't want to face this thing alone necessarily. Corros is aiding me, but I'm going to attempt to run past it, like this way,
Yeah. So, are you going to try to withdraw or just run? So withdraw means you only have a 30-year movement, but it doesn't provoke an opportunity attack.
Yeah, I want to withdraw. I don't want it to attack me.
Okay, so you can move 40 feet. Each of these squares is 10.
Alright, I'm going to run up into the front of this room.
So you're like moving past, like, oh, don't, what? Like
Yeah, at
moving
least to get
past that.
some distance from
Yeah.
it. So.
All right, sirs, you have 5 more rounds. Talandril, you're in the room. You gonna do anything else?
I just whispered at the door to Corros. Did you get?
Speaking is a free action. You want to reply?
Yeah, that's. Did you get?
Corros?
I didn't hear that. What'd you say?
I said I just whispered at the door. Did you get the thing?
It's still doing its.
I'm rooting for you. You go. You go.
All right,
Hey,
Corros, you're up.
While you're in the kitchen there, my friend, maybe you can make us some sandwiches. This should be over here soon.
That's a bit dusty in here, but I'll do my best. But yeah,
Okay.
I'm rooting for you.
All right, Corros, what do you do?
It's still up. It's still. Now the cleric's running.
Yeah.
Oh man, this
Are
party.
you not watching what's happening? What are you doing?
I am. I was like, holy smokes! I'm just my character's like, oh man, and I think to myself, maybe instead of being an adventure, maybe we should just run a marathon. We're good at running.
Would we know what a marathon is?
All right.
Legend of marathon.
Last magic missile. Here it comes.
Pew pew pew.
I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it is. 15?
15.
15? You see that
Yeah.
blast into it, it dissipates, you just hear this cry out, "Ah!" And it sort of like evaporates into nothingness.
I'll take my movement.
Well
For the rest
done,
of
Corros.
you, down the hall, meet me in the kitchen. We, our talkative friend with the silver tongue is making us some sandwiches. And I go back to play my guitar in the kitchen.
Okay, so you guys feel the wave of fear shake off of your corpse, off of your bodies. Viruna, you never felt the fear, but you clearly getting away for body's sake. But you saw it dissipate, and you sort of completely disappear. So what do you guys do?
I'm
This
sort of looking through the trail rations to see what I can make food wise, because I'm like,
Yeah,
not fighting
Well,
anything like that.
the group, I'm hoping the rest of you, the three up above, will come back down.
Yeah, let's regroup in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
I think so.
It seems like a good idea.
Ash, yeah, let's get everybody back in, and then
We'll,
I think
we'll
we
push
should
one of the tables up
bar
against
the door. And let's,
I don't have control of the other two.
because I'm out
I
of
just gave him
spell.
control. I'm going to move him. So you bar the door?
Yeah, I think so.
Everything
we'll try
within
to-
is pretty moldy, but you can move objects in front of it.
Okay. Try to do some makeshift barricade.
Okay.
Turn to the group. Says, guys, we need to do a better job of sticking together in areas that we're not aware of. Going out on our own, it's costly. And I can say it's not. It can turn into being costly here. So we got to move as one.
When I see those creatures, my lizard brain takes over.
I'll do what I can with my musical abilities to keep the group inspired and happy and feeling safe and confident. But that only works if you stay within the group.
Yeah, these things are not of this world, and I don't know
Yes.
if we can fight them.
Yes, I know our goal in coming to this place is to leave this world, but I fear we may have come to the worst part of this world in order to do it. But
Yeah, I don't want to leave the world
Take
in the way they're planning.
one room at a time,
All
and
right.
we work as one. But I think for now we need to rest. They think the last adventures that we've had, the lasting battles and scenarios that we've been running into, I'm exhausted. I need to rest.
So it looks like the only person that's taken damage is Viruna. So you can heal yourself and then rememorize your healing spells. I just rolled. If you guys want to stay here until morning, nothing is going to interrupt you.
Okay.
And so that's where we're going to leave today's adventure, and we'll pick up next week. Anything you guys want to do before we close this out?
Ask Colin, did you find anything to eat?
Nothing edible in here. We just have to use trail rations. We could use the hearth though. And
So this is a kitchen. The only thing that worries me if we get the fire going in here, because then that's going to disclose our position with the smoke.
true, well, it's shelter anyway, so looks like we're cold camping.
Yeah, with that, yep, that's what we're doing here. So no lit fires.
Okay. All right. Well, that is it for part 2 of our Advanced Dragons 2nd Edition Ravenloft When Black Roses Bloom live play. I'd like to thank the players for joining me and making this an entertaining session. And for those of you watching, what do you think of Negragaard Keep? How did you like that crossing of the bridge? Let us know in the comments below. And of course, we have a new character joining us. What did you think of the Minotaur? Did he do a, I don't know, enough Minotaur-y things? Is Ravenloft and the Negragaard Keep too terrifying to even try to explore in a dungeon-like manner? Now, this could take 1 week, it could take 3 weeks to try to get through. We will only find out once we've done it, so thank you all so much. Feel free to email me at info@dlsaga.com or leave a comment below. I would like to remind everyone to subscribe to this YouTube channel, click the bell to get notified about upcoming videos, and click the like button. All that goes to help other Dragonlance and Ravenloft fans learn about this channel and its content. Of course, this channel is all about celebrating the wonderful world of the DragonLance Saga, so thank you so much for joining in that celebration. And for everyone, my name is Adam. Till next time, Slanjavar.